Okay, we are recording, and if we have a quorum, if you'd like, I can go through the roll whenever you call the meeting to order, Robert.
I would like to call the meeting to order. Why don't we start with a roll call?
Okay, I'll just do that by looking at the minutes from last time. Bartholomew?
Here.
Burke?
Present.
Drazen?
Here.
Okay, here. Faye?
Here.
Here.
Mike Frank?
Here.
Jade Hofelt? Julie Leffler?
Present.
Rich Morey?
Present.
Kevin Munson?
Here.
Deanna Porter?
Present.
Cynthia Richardson?
Present.
Don Schaefer?
Present.
And Mark Warschauer. I heard Mark.
Yep, here.
Okay, so we have 12 present and Jade Hofelt
Mark
is...
Jade's here too.
Okay, thank you. So we have everyone present.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we move on to the minutes of the October 29th, 2020 meeting? And hopefully everyone has had a chance to review them. Are there any questions or comments before we entertain a motion to approve the minutes? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from October 29th?
This is Mike Frank. I would motion to approve.
And Warschauer seconds.
I'll second. Oh, excuse me.
We're very excited to get these approved, apparently. I have Mike and Mark was the second for this. Is there any discussion now? Any discussion on questions, anything related to these minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as drafted, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? As I hear it, the ayes have it. Thank you. So I think now we can move on to the discussion and action items. And I would like to, before we start with the first topic out of our three major topics tonight, I'd like to just kind of describe how I'd like this meeting to be run tonight. And set some expectations. Obviously, there's a huge amount of interest in the master planning process from the area community. I've seen some emails that were sent directly to from the public to our consultants, Mead and Hunt. To keep communication manageable and efficient, I would ask that comments and questions get routed to city staff. Probably, in this case, it would be particularly Mark Opitz, so that we ensure that the AMPAC committee can be informed of these comments and questions. Then the AMPAC committee can be the ones to determine if we have any additional requests of Mead and Hunt. And then Mead and Hunt, if you're on the line, I'm asking Mead and Hunt to ignore any requests that are sent to them by anyone other than city staff. This really needs to be directed through city staff and with the approval of AMPAC committee before our consultants are tasked with doing any work. So that's one thing I just wanted to mention. And then as for this particular meeting, I'd like to say that this could be a long meeting. So I think we should try to allocate approximately 40 to 60 minutes for the review of the environmental settings, which is item number 1. We can try to allocate again approximately 40 to 60 minutes to a review of the initial discussion of draft alternatives. That's item 2. And then for item 3, the AMPAC committee members can then spend approximately maybe 20 to 30 minutes discussing the project schedule and next steps. And by allocating this time to each topic in this way, I'm hoping that we can keep the meeting moving forward in a timely manner and thereby get to the public comment section at a reasonable time of the evening. And then during the public comment section at the end, the audience may make comments They may ask questions that we can record and write down. But unless a question has a quick answer that we can immediately answer based on the information presented tonight, no questions will be answered. If you have a comment, please try to get to your point quickly and keep your comments under 3 minutes. Are there any questions about what I'm trying to do tonight to keep things flowing smoothly?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. This is Bob Bartholomew. It concerns the Mead and Hunt team, which was presented Chapter 4. It includes a BOA staff member, and I'm questioning whether that's appropriate. At this point, BOA should not take an advocacy position, and being a member of a team implies shared goals and mutual support. And I think that right at this point, BOA should only be guiding the process and not participating in any way that shows any sort of leaning one way or another. It should be neutral. It should be independent. Otherwise, it presents a problem of conflict of interest. My understanding is that FAA staff members do not join teams, if you want to call them that, as far as airports and their consultants. And since BOA is FAA's Wisconsin surrogate, I don't think that it's appropriate to be identified as a member of a team because it implies there might be an advocacy of whatever position the team, city, Mead and Hunt, and so forth might be taking.
Okay, thanks, Bob. I would say that Mead and Hunt by definition as our consultants need to be able to reach out to multiple people to gather information and check facts and stuff like that. So I do think that BOA needs to be part of any discussions that go on.
But not member of a team. They can be attached to the committee, but identified a member of a team. And it's no secret that the city and even the consultant favor an expanded runway, and that implies then a sharing of that goal. If a said person,
I'm going to stop you right there, Bob.
Why is that?
As an elected official of the city is not and has not advocated for an expanded runway. So,
well, on the contrary, back as far as 2016, there was discussions among city staff about doing just that. Discussions
among city staff is different than a city direction. The Common Council makes direction, makes policy decisions, and this has not been directed by and is from the Common Council as a policy decision. So that's the record that's out there, and I want to just clarify that because I think that your statement, a discussion amongst staff, anybody can talk about anything, but direction of the city is made by the Common Council.
Well, let me rephrase that then. Favoring a expansion of the airport.
By?
I wouldn't even go there.
Julie had her hand up next, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't see that.
I did have a question related to the process that Chair Burke was describing, if I may ask it right now.
Sure.
I think questions about the process. I do have one.
Sure. Bob, are you done with your comments?
Yes.
Okay. Julie, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to ask, you said about 40 to 60 minutes per segment or so. How much of that is going to be within those segments? How much is going to be devoted to somebody presenting us this material, and how much is going to be allocated to the committee members having a discussion?
My understanding is, I believe Mead and Hunt is going to try to keep their presentation on each section to maybe 20 minutes approximately. So that would give us 20 minutes, 40 minutes. We can take more time or less time as we need, but I'm just trying to set a target for people so that we're not here till midnight.
Thank you.
Okay.
Susan was next.
Susan, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm your statement about the Common Council or about the city wanting to lengthen the runway. That topic has not even been on the Common Council agenda the entire time I've been on council since 2008.
Okay, thank you for confirming my understanding of the situation too, Susan, so I appreciate that. Jade, I see your hand up as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman Burke. I just want to say I appreciate you outlining a kind of our time frame, so we have a goal, and this doesn't last till midnight ideally. But I just wanted to ask that we do limit those public comments and be strict with that, because I know there's a lot of people that want to get on and have comments, but we've also seen some of the airport commissions and other things get a little bit sidetracked with long commentary. So I just would ask that we do regulate that strictly.
I will keep an eye on the 3-minute time. And again, I would ask that when we get to the public comment section, that people who are making the comments get to their point quickly, so that, you know, I'd hate to have to say, okay, you've reached your 3 minutes and the person hasn't even gotten to the point of their comment. So I would say when we get to the public comments, I will be keeping an eye on the time, and we're going to be pretty strict about holding to that time, but hopefully people can get their comments in and get to the core of you know, what they're trying to focus in on in a timely fashion. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Robert, if I can make one comment, since nobody else has their hand up, and I know we want to get on with the presentation, just to, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify something that Alder West and that you mentioned in terms of city council actions on airport and the future of the airport. There was a resolution in 2014 petitioning the Secretary for Airport Improvement Aid, and that resolution listed requests for funding for some airport improvements, as well as requesting funding for airport master plan. So I just wanted to, you know, there wasn't a discussion specifically that we are going forward with these things. It just wanted to make the city eligible for funding, for potential funding, I should say. It wasn't even, it makes it funding eligible, but not a commitment to proceed. And so I just wanted to clear the record that there has been that. So I figured somebody would point out that we had taken that position. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion.
I appreciate that clarification. 2014 is a little bit before my time on council, but I trust that the record is correct, and that reflects that there was discussion in the past about funding for master plan work. So thank you.
For master plan, EA, the idea of purchasing a terminal building, snow equipment, et cetera, but there was some interest in extending, you know, some of these airport projects that have been discussed, bantied about, requested by various people over the years. Some of those ideas were contained in this resolution, but it just said that the city, what this resolution does, it's something that's adopted every 5 to 6 years by an airport sponsor, and it just makes the city eligible. The most important part of it was the master plan and environmental assessment, and of course that's what we're doing now, the master plan.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, did you want to have your screen control the screen?
Yes, Mark, if I could, that'd be helpful.
And I'm trying to remember, let's see if I pause my share or stop share. Here, I'm making you a, okay, there you go. You're a co-host.
Is that coming through?
It is, and thank you, Greg. And why don't we get started on discussion item 1, environmental settings, chapter 4.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's time tonight, and realize we've got a lot on the agenda. So to echo what Robert Burke had said, my intent here is to keep this presentation very brief, very high level, with the expectation that you folks have had a chance to review the chapters and the alternatives, and to really make most use of our time in the conversation and try to limit my talking here as much as I can in this presentation part. Our focus tonight is on two areas, the environmental setting chapter. Sorry, I'm hearing a little bit of a
Yeah,
feedback.
I am too. I would ask that if people could turn off their microphones where possible, that might help eliminate some of this feedback between microphones and speakers. So thank you.
Okay, great. And so two things we're really focusing on tonight, the environmental setting chapter, and then we also want to introduce some concepts, some draft alternatives for the runways and hangars, knowing that the runways and hangars were a primary focus of this master planning effort. I think what the intent is to talk about the environmental setting first, and then open it up for AMPAC discussion. And then we'll get into the alternatives after that with another opportunity for discussion. A range of folks from Mead and Hunt are on the call tonight. I won't get into all the introductions here in the interest of time. I believe Josh Holbrook was intending to join the call to help facilitate discussion and answer questions from the state standpoint. The reason we do the environmental setting is to provide just an overview of environmentally sensitive features, both on and around the airport. That information helps us inform the development of alternatives. And the reason we're trying to develop these alternatives is we're looking at ways and concepts of meeting the requirements that were identified, in the facility requirements chapter, the things that we presented in our October meeting. And so we've introduced some alternatives tonight with some pros and cons, and we'll have a chance to get into those after the environmental discussion here. So again, I'm going to clip through these very quickly, just trying to hit on the highlights. One of the first things we looked at in terms of the environmental setting are land use controls around the airport. This exhibit was really intended to illustrate, the boundaries of the airport and how it sits relative to the city of Middleton, the town of Middleton, and the town of Springfield. Wisconsin is unique in that it's a unique state in that there is a statute that grants municipalities with airports this extraterritorial zoning that extends out 3 miles from an airport. So that's a unique thing to Wisconsin. Other states may have something like that, but that's something to consider. One other factor at Middleton here is the presence of a height limitation zoning ordinance. This was developed by the Bureau of Aeronautics as part of the airport's redevelopment back in 2003. This exhibit really doesn't provide a great level of detail, but it's enough to show how far it extends out from the airport and how it's sort of composed. The height limitation zoning ordinance is really a grid. It's kind of aligned with the section lines. And you can see within each of these grids or blocks, there is a defined height limit that corresponds to the airspace that extends out from the airport and also considers the terrain. And you can see that these grids get more dense or smaller, and the elevations change as you get closer to the airport. Extending, around the airport, the local municipalities have their own zoning, and within the city of Middleton, most of the lands adjacent to the airport are planned development district with specific implementation, the PDDS. There are some residential zoning areas, both single family, multifamily, primarily east of Parmenter Street. Looking to the town of Middleton, Dane County has a role in that zoning. If you look at this map, you can see that the town of Middleton actually extends north of the airport somewhat, and there's an area northeast. Those areas north of the airport and kind of north and west are zoned as agricultural transition. But there are some single family residential zoning areas northeast of the airport, southwest of the airport. And you can see further west that there quite a bit of residential development. For the town of Middleton to the north, most of the land is zoned agricultural. There are some farmland preservation areas. Those areas are certified by the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture to promote agricultural growth and restrict non-ag uses. And then one of the last things in terms of land use controls is the Capital Regional Planning Commission establishes an urban service boundary The CARP-C's goals are to concentrate development around existing communities and also preserve agricultural use. And that urban service boundary is one way that they try to do that. You can see it, this orange line represents that boundary. It takes kind of a circuitous path through the airport. Some of the airport is within the urban service boundaries and some of it primarily to the north is not. Looking beyond the land use controls and the water resources that extend on the airport, Pheasant Branch Creek is a major surface water feature. Both the North Fork and South Forks of Pheasant Branch Creek converge on airport property. They meander and they eventually find their way to the confluence pond and Lake Mendota. Pheasant Branch Creek is an impaired water body. It has low levels of dissolved oxygen. There's some habitat issues. Beyond Pheasant Branch Creek, there are some big areas of mapped wetland. So looking at DNR and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, you can see that particularly north and west of the runway intersection, there's some large wetland areas. This is showing both existing mapped wetlands and then also emergent areas for wetland. And there's a large presence of hydric soils throughout the airport. Extending out from Pheasant Branch Creek and overlaying those wetlands are also mapped floodplains. This exhibit really showing the boundaries from FEMA mapped floodplains, not just floodplains, but also flood zones and floodways. Flood elevations on the airport range between 923 and 927 mean sea level. We also looked at threatened and endangered species. Using, again, the data found from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Looking at that, there are some listed species in the area. The threatened being the northern long-eared bat, the East Prairie Fringe orchid, Mead's milkweed, the prairie bush clover. The endangered species being the whooping crane and the rusty patch bumblebee. No critical habitat on or near the airport was found for these species, but it is good to be mindful of these threatened and endangered species in the area as we're considering development and alternatives. Lastly, the Capillary Regional Planning Commission, they also administer environmental corridors within the area. Those corridors are primarily based on things like drainage ways and stream channels and floodplains. What this exhibit is showing in green are areas of existing environmental corridor. You can see that there's several that extend on airport, but also in tan is showing areas of potential future environmental corridor. And those, like the delineation said, they overlap and they align pretty closely with the wetlands and floodplains and those features that we talked about earlier. In terms of solid waste and hazardous waste or hazardous materials, as part of the FAA's Modernization and Reform Act of 2012, the FAA now requires airports to develop a recycling plan for their solid waste, and that has to be included as part of master planning scoping efforts, and that was included as part of this, and we have been working with the airport. That recycling plan will be part of this master plan, a deliverable as part of this master plan. In terms of hazardous materials, we did look on DNR's remediation and redevelopment tracking system, and then we also looked at some of the previous environmental phase 1 work. There were some sites that were identified as part of the airport's previous development. There was a debris and waste site that has since been redeveloped. It's in the area that's what you could pretty much consider the existing entrance road to the airport now. As part of the previous airport layout, there was underground storage tanks that have since been removed, and those sites have been given closure. East of the airport was the former Middleton Sportsman's Club, and as part of the redevelopment, there were some remediation efforts on that area and some capped sites that have since been closed and capped, but there are some areas that are adjacent to the airport and some that extend slightly onto the airport property. And then lastly, as part of the recent floods in 2018, there was a small fuel spill within the containment area. About 35 gallons of diesel fuel was spilled, but that was contained within the tub that the fuel sits in. that water and fuel mixture was pumped out and treated. So those are the things that were known to us from a review of the hazardous materials. So with that, what I'd like to now do is touch on aircraft noise. And with us on the call today is Rick Dunkelberg. Rick, do we got you out there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Rick, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I can advance these slides here as we go.
Okay, thanks, Greg. As we've been through this process, we know that aircraft noise is an issue that everybody has a lot of interest in and are concerned about, as normally we find around any airport. And so I'm going to try to put the noise into a little bit of a context and then go through the explanation of what we did to generate aircraft noise contours. First of all, we need to realize this is an airport master plan. It's not a NEPA document. It's not a noise study. It's not a noise land use compatibility study. So the noise contours are very generalized and they're not specific. There's no noise monitoring involved or anything of that nature. And that the FAA guidance for doing a noise analysis basically says that if you have an airport that has less than 90,000 annual piston operations or less than 700 annual jet operations, then they don't see the need to do any type of noise analysis because through their evaluation, the threshold contour is always on airport property. However, the airport sponsor in this case did ask us to do, a cursory master plan level noise analysis, which we have done. And so basically what I call the thermometer on the right shows different outdoor noise levels in decibels that are A-weighted. And then it relates that to common indoor sound levels. Now, what is interesting, and to put that rating matrix into context, is if you look at on the very left side, the very last is it says that a quiet rural area. Well, we've been doing noise work at Grand Teton National Park, and Jackson Hole Airport, which is the only commercial service airport in a national park in the country. We've been doing backcountry noise monitoring. And to put that in context, what we measure in the backcountry is between 40 and 45. So that's a very quiet rural environment. So that's kind of puts you some context of how that, what I call the thermometer, relates. Now, the FAA and all federal agencies dealing with aircraft noise have adopted a metric, and that metric is called the day-night noise level. And that's a cumulative metric. And basically, in layman's language, it's an annual average cumulative noise level, which assigns 10 decibels additional to every aircraft operation, and whether that's a takeoff or a landing, that occur between 10 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning. And by adding 10 decibels, it basically doubles the noise level. And so for every aircraft operation at night, we assume that the noise levels are doubled because noise is more intrusive at night. You have lower ambient levels, and then it shows a higher sign of annoyance. So the DNL noise metric is the metric that's used to generate and evaluate land use compatibility. Now, another metric, which we have decided to show, which again is out of scope and not required, is what we call an LMAX level. And that LMAX level is the maximum noise level that an aircraft makes either on departure or arrival. And that's what you hear. You don't hear a DNL level because it's, like I said, it's an annual average cumulative noise levels, and it averages all those noise levels. But the LMAX is what you hear, that's what's intrusive, and that's what is very annoying. And you will measure LMAX levels much greater than you will a DNL level. And that's very important to keep in mind. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so the DNL, as I said, is the federally recognized threshold for land use compatibility. And what that means is that any noise sensitive land use, that's residential, that's schools, that's places of worship, hospitals, things of that nature, that are beyond a 65 DNL noise contour are considered to be compatible and do not rise above the threshold for a significant increase in noise. And if you look at the land use table on the right, it shows all that the upper area has all the different DNL levels, and on the left axis we have the different generalized land uses, and that's a guide for not only FAA but all the communities if you are looking at allowing land use development within noise contours, which is compatible and which is not compatible. And that's all based on what's called CFR Part 150, which is a aircraft noise and land use compatibility guideline. Okay, next one, please. The model that we use that is required to be used to generate aircraft noise levels for civilian airports, both commercial and general aviation airports, is called the Aviation Environmental Design Tool. And it's a massive computer program that has a huge database. Not all aircraft, but most civilian aircraft are in there, not all of them. And that model then takes into consideration aircraft activity levels. In other words, how many approaches and departures do you have in a year? The aircraft fleet mix. Is the aircraft fleet mix jets, turboprops, pistons, and the percentage of those operations? It also takes into consideration runway utilization, which is basically driven by wind direction. And the runway utilization is what percentage of the time an aircraft departs or arrives into the wind. And that's very important. Time of day. Like I said, if an aircraft operations between 10 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock in the morning, that is, quote, penalized an extra 10 decibels because it's more intrusive at night. We use a terrain model at the bottom of the noise model. That's a USGS map that takes into consideration elevation. Because as you all know, as the elevation rises and an aircraft is either approaching or departing, you could be closer to that aircraft and experience higher noise levels than you would if it was flat terrain. And so that has been a debatable issue with the FAA for several decades, and we finally now have the ability to put a site-specific USGS map as the terrain feature so we can take into consideration changes in elevation. Then, of course, flight tracks. And flight tracks are basically generalized areas where aircraft fly. Okay, the next one. Okay, this graphic represents both the ADS-B data that was available, basically last year, and it reflects the input we got from various citizens that reflected on a map where they observed aircraft flying. And as you can imagine, both the ADS-B data and what the people on the ground reflect and noticed, very similar. Now, these flight tracks show a wide path because most of the aircraft flying at this airport really don't fly a direct path. They do as a straight out departure or straight in arrival when they are arriving, but if you're in a pattern, you don't really have the ability to fly a straight track, especially if you are a student, especially if there are wind conditions and things of that nature. So we broadened the area where aircraft fly so we could generate and look at what we thought was kind of a worst case condition, assuming that aircraft fly all around within the width of that path. And we assumed that every piston aircraft would do those touch and goes and be in the pattern, so that we tried to show the most aircraft on those tracks on a year that we could. We also assumed that all jet aircraft would do straight in, straight out on the runways. Okay, that then went into the model. Next slide, please. And what we generated, and this may be hard to see, is a set of DNL noise contours. And a DNL noise contour basically connects points of equal noise energy, just like a USGS topographic map. The contour lines connect points of equal elevation. The smallest contour, which is the loudest contour, closest to the runway complex, in this instance in red, is the 65 DNL noise contour. The next contour out is the 60 contour. and the farthest one out is the 55. The farther you get out from the runway complex, the less the noise and the larger the contour. So as you can see, based on the thresholds that FAA and all the other federal agencies recognize, that the 65 DNL does not leave airport property. And so from a federal standpoint, there's no land use compatibility issues, and in their view, not a significant noise effect. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Robert, I had just some closing notes on the environmental, just some things I wanted to reiterate that we touched on a little bit, but the intent again of this environmental setting chapter was to provide an overview of the features that we want to avoid and minimize when we're looking at alternatives. This environmental effort is not intended to replace or act as what would traditionally be done as part of a NEPA document, whether that be an environmental assessment, which is really what would be the next step if the city or anyone actually intended to carry out a project as a result of the master plan. If that were to happen, a completely separate NEPA document would be done before any project could be implemented. And as part of that NEPA document, there would be a much more robust investigation of wetlands, of floodplains, stormwater, noise, air quality, and all the other environmental categories that are associated with NEPA compliance. So I just wanted to have that sort of summary to the environmental, and I think that concludes the slides that we had on the environmental section.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I will now open it up to AMPAC members to ask questions or make comments. And I see one hand up that says guest. I don't know if that is.
That's Cynthia Richson.
Oh, thank you, Cynthia.
Sorry, I don't know how to change the name on this.
No, that's fine. That's why I called on you. I was like, well, maybe this is
It's really me.
Mark, is there an ability to change the written name guest? Are you a administrator that you could change? Based on your face, I'm going to say the answer is no. So I will just know that guest is Cynthia.
I can. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Me tonight. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's not a problem. I just want to make sure that we're hearing from AMPAC members at this point of the meeting. So please, Cynthia, you are up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Robert. So I just have one comment and then a question for Mr. Dunkelberg. My first comment is I have the February 2018 contract for planning consulting services for the Middleton Municipal Airport Maury Field between Mead and Hunt and the city of Middleton, where BOA, Josh Holbrook, is specifically stated as the owner representative. And it states right in the contract that the following scope is proposed, and this is signed, so it was agreed to, where it states that a priority for the city of Middleton is to evaluate, as part of the master plan areas of emphasis, the adequacy of the primary runway, so that's the east-west runway, which includes the length and orientation, and also the orientation and length of runway 119, which is the north-south runway. And this is what it says: an important factor in determining how the northeast portion of the airport can be expanded. It also talks about another area of emphasis includes identifying areas for future airport development, such as additional hangars, and other areas of focus include land acquisition and future development. So I guess I just wanted, for the record, everyone to understand that that was the specific scope of this master planning project. And then my question is for Mr. Dunkelberg. When you were mentioning, I think I heard you right, but I may not have, that theoretically, if a plane is taking off, the further you get from takeoff, the less noise one would anticipate. That is, unless, of course, the airplanes are doing touch and goes and flying at low altitudes repetitively. So I guess I'm wondering if you could clarify this assumption baked into what I heard. I thought I heard that once you get off airport property, you're at the 55 DNL level, or it gets so low as to be de minimis. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, it's complicated. You had a lot of questions in there. You're right. As your first question was, as aircraft depart an airport, they get higher and noise levels on the ground are lessened. That's exactly right. If you, assuming that the ground is level, if the elevation goes up and it goes up to the same degree that an aircraft is departing, then the levels are not going to be as quiet because you're getting the receivers closer to what's being produced. The touch and goes pattern are basically at the same level and altitude as they're off on what we call the downwind leg. And then they come down in altitude, they do a touch on the runway, they take up again, and they get back in the pattern. Those noise levels will increase, obviously, as they get lower and touch down, and then they'll decrease as they gain altitude again. But
except unless they're flying into higher elevations. I mean, I guess I really want the real world of what's happening out here understood by you all, because I think these generalizations don't seem to have a real world impact to what we're experiencing.
well, I guess I don't know what you mean by when they.
So
I
if
mean,
Maury Airport is at 928 mean sea level, and as they're heading west, they can
yes,
get to elevations 1120, 1140, 1150. So you're doing touch and goes. So if you have a lot of residences and schools in that vicinity, I don't really know that the noise is, quote, getting less.
well, no, I mean the noise gets, if the elevation is the same. In other words, if you were in the desert and as an aircraft gains altitude, the distance between the receiver and the aircraft generating the noise is greater.
Well, sure, that's logic.
Exactly. And that's why the noise levels are less as that aircraft gains altitude. However, if the terrain is also at elevation, then it will, the delta, the change, the difference between those two noise levels will not be as great.
So could you just tell me the standard? I missed what you said a little bit ago about 700 jet operations and then something else for
Correct.
piston before
Correct.
studies required. Could you say what those numbers are
Sure.
again, please?
Yep. The guidance of FAA says if you have 90,000 piston operations a year or less, or 700 jet operations a year or less, no noise evaluation is needed, required from either a master planning standpoint or a NEPA document. That's the FAA guidance. And the reason they say that is because through their evaluation, they've decided that any operations under that number would not generate a 65 DNL contour, which leaves the airport. Now, whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent is, discussable, but that's the guidance.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Hello.
thank you, Cynthia. The next person I see with their hand up is Julie. But I did hear, was there somebody else who?
No,
Yeah,
how
I'll
do
wait till, this is Bob. I'll wait till after Julie speaks.
Yeah, since Julie had her hand up first,
how do I
maybe-
make my
Yeah,
hand
makes
go
sense.
down, Bob?
I'll take
No,
care.
no, it's fine. Go ahead. I'm on phone, so I can't see hands up or down.
Okay, thank you,
Oh, there we
Bob.
go. Thank you.
Hi, Julie. You're up next.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay, if Bob has a comment that's pertinent to what Cindy was asking and Mr. Dunkelberg was discussing with her, it's fine with me if he wants to go ahead first.
No, thanks, Julie. No, it's of other topics we've been discussing up to this point.
Okay, then I'll go ahead. Thanks, Bob. I just wanted to start out by saying that I consider it my job as a citizen representative on AMPAC to represent the overall public good with respect to the development of a master plan for Middleton Airport. And indeed, I'm sure all of us recognize that this is our job. This is our responsibility. It's outlined in the handbook entitled Board, Commission, and Committee Handbook for Non-Elected Volunteers. There are many responsibilities, I'm quoting from it, common to all appointed members. The second one listed is represent the overall public good, not the exclusive point of view of a sole group or interest. One aspect of the overall public good that I have tried my best to represent in this committee setting is the issue of public health. That is why I am bringing up the omission of air quality in this chapter entitled Environmental Settings. I noted Mr. Mead said that he was discussing that Mead and Hunt's plan draft that was discussing environmentally sensitive features of the airport. I can't think of, there are few more environmentally sensitive features around an airport than its air quality. I am concerned about the impact of lead emissions from the planes at Middleton Airport. We've discussed this in meeting before. Bartholomew's package, which everyone received, covers it pretty well, but I think his summary bears repeating in case people didn't have a chance to look at it. There are no safe blood levels in children, according to the CDC. 100% of the mobile lead emissions in Dane County come in their entirety from piston aircraft, while 90% of total emissions of lead come from such aircraft. I have questions that I really would love to hear from other committee members on these issues. One of my questions is, if this draft, Chapter 4, can discuss such granular detail as the characterization of Pheasant Branch Creek as an impaired waterway and list its impairments specifically as chronic aquatic toxicity, low dissolved oxygen, degraded biological community, acute aquatic toxicity, and degraded habitat, why can't this draft chapter discuss the lead emissions from the aircraft at this airport and list the effects of such impacts on the children of this community? And when I say community, I mean every child that lives in the vicinity, not just in the town of Springfield, the town of Middleton, but the city of Middleton as well. Don't we consider the health of our children part of the overall public good? And additionally, the other question I would like to ask is, how does the city council, which must consider eventually whether to adopt the master plan that comes from this committee, how can they truly understand the environmental setting of the airport if the issue of lead emissions from aircraft flying out of this airport is not raised within the report? I don't understand how such an emission can truly be for the benefit of the overall public good. And I thought that's what I was charged as a volunteer committee member to represent. And I would like to hear from other committee members because I'm very concerned about this.
Julie, I'd be glad to add to that, particularly since you cited the materials that I mentioned. Really what surprised me is that we have some engineers on the team. And there's an engineering society, professional engineers, ethics code, and part of it says dedicated to the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. And I do think that what we're talking about here, people's health, particularly children, we're looking at a moral issue. So that means that things are happening to other people based upon the pollutants from the aircraft in the airports. Now, it's going to get worse as you get a longer runway and subsequently more aircraft and more toxins. And this will continue to affect generations of people who are living and working in that area. And so I think that this is a very important issue that goes beyond just either legality or land planning or whatever. This really has to be considered, and maybe it's unusual for a master plan, but I do think morality is a strong part of it, the way you're affecting other people.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Okay, let's see, I was just also going to mention, speaking of the air pollution, I suspect there are very few people who are going to make decisions regarding the master plan who happen to live near the airport or on the flight paths. No, I'm saying very few because I know there are some. But nonetheless, as we go through City Hall, AMPAC, Airport Commission, Council, BOA, living near the airport and the potential effects and the known effects of these toxins, I think has to be strongly considered.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Not the. Well, is this time to bring up the floodplains, plain, or the comprehensive planning? If someone else hasn't talked yet, I'll hold it after they have talked.
I don't see any other hands up right this moment. So unless somebody, oh, Julie's waving her hand.
Sorry
Julie?
about that. What I really would like to ask is for other people besides Bob, and I would really like to hear if they have any thoughts on the questions that I've raised. And so if you don't mind, Bob, just waiting for a second to
No, absolutely.
would weigh in, because I am genuinely interested in what other committee members have to say. And if not, then I have one further, if nobody else wants to speak, then I do have one further thing I'd like to say.
Sure. Does anybody want to comment on Julie's questions regarding leaded airplane fuel? Or
Robert, this is
Yes.
Kevin. So being the scientist that I am, I would like to see the data. I'd like to see the peer-reviewed data related to lead, the amount of lead in the air around the airport, the amount of lead falling to the ground in the soil, the amount of correlational analysis with people that live near the airport and their lead levels, people that live away from the airport and the lead levels. We have a lot of old homes around here that were painted with lead-based paints. That's a big issue. So, especially organic lead as opposed to, pure elemental lead, there's a big difference. So I'd like to see that. So if there is an issue, we're talking about this, I'd like to see the empirical data that says, yes, this is an issue. I mean, that's just my personal request. Thank you.
Dan Drazen, can I get in?
Actually, I saw Jade's hand go up first, and then how about, and I also saw Julie waving, so I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna go with Jade next, and then Julie, and then kind of go from there.
Thanks, Robert. I appreciate Kevin's comments, and I wanted to make one other point, and that is in regard to the jet operations, because I know there's been a misunderstanding previously and some misrouted comments regarding low lead coming out of larger jets. And I just want to make sure everybody is aware that the jets use Jet A fuel and not 100 low lead. So just so everybody's clear on that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Julie, I'm gonna go with you next, and then I think Dave Lorman after you.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to what Mr. Munson said. I really appreciate what you said, Kevin. I think that everyone knows that there's lead being emitted by some of the planes with some of the fuel. We know it goes in the air. We know it doesn't break down. These are things from the EPA. My point is not that we need to have a deep study about these things. I think that, Mead and Hunt have pointed out multiple times that this is not the appropriate spot for it. And I happen to agree. But that we don't even bring that up in the environmental settings as an issue of particular sensitivity and at least address the potentiality of what is out there, to me seems an omission. And and when everybody else is done, I do have one more thing after that I want to say, but otherwise I'll listen to what everybody else has to say now.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I will come back to you.
Thank you so much, because I can't get my hand waiver to work for suddenly went bad on me. I'm sorry.
No, Julie, the good thing is you're front and center on my screen of people, so I can see you when you wave.
Sorry.
And
Dave,
Robert,
oh, please.
and I was going to say, I am not able to raise my hand, but at some point I'd like to share a couple additional comments we received.
Okay, I think Dave Lorman might have been next. Was I? did I hear you speak up before, Dave?
It's probably me, Dan Drazen.
I'll change Dan's name too here.
Not,
Well, David's not
Can
a
you hear me?
committee.
Dan Drazen.
yes. Hi, Dan.
How
Go
you
ahead.
doing?
I'm doing
I'm
well.
just going to give it a little. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just doing a little food for thought. Been a painting contractor for 46 years, and I'm kind of familiar with lead being in paint. And what I can tell you is from all the lawsuits filed over the years, especially in large cities like Baltimore or everything, that they could never prove that the paint companies were responsible for lead poisoning. But they finally ended up determining that most of the lead that was in the ground came from fuel emissions from vehicles. So I'm just going to put that out there for food for thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I think I'm going to go with Rich Morey next because I see his hand up, and then after him, Mark Opitz, since he cannot put up a hand.
Okay, thank you. Richard Morey speaking. I'm the airport manager at Middleton Municipal, for people that don't know me. The industry is aware of this. There's a move toward electric. There's a move toward ultra low lead 100. There is a development in the works, or at least two companies trying to go with 100 octane replacement fuel. Unfortunately, a large majority of the piston aircraft that are based here, the 94 octane no lead, which is often called Swift fuel, is not an option for them. The engine is not certified for that. I can understand Julie's reluctance to look at the actual science because frankly, the emissions from aviation are so small as to be negligible. Of course, you will say that there is no level that's safe for children. Well, okay, that's fine. But I guarantee you, if you check wells locally, do air quality samples locally, you're not going to see anything significant. Probably can't even tell the air around the airport from away from the airport any difference in lead levels. Again, that would be my guess. And the only way to really do this objectively is to do the science. There is an article in this month's Flying magazine about this whole situation. And again, the industry is aware of it. The people that are tending to be affected by it mostly would be pilots, especially those that fuel their own aircraft that have to have aircraft that require 100 low lead. That's basically what we're, as soon as there is a substitute that's available for 100 octane low lead and is viable, we will be selling it. Until then, our hands are tied.
Okay, thank you, Rich. I'm going to go with Mark Opitz next, and then Julie, I see your hand up, so I will go with you after Mark.
I wanted to explain a couple of things that I forgot to mention at the beginning. We received in your pack, you have in your packet, as was noted, communication from Bob Bartholomew, which I presume he'll speak to himself when he wishes to. And so that was a request from an AMPAC member. And we had another AMPAC member on Monday request in some changes to this document, and that was from Chair Richardson from the town of Middleton. And I just checked my emails and realized I hadn't forwarded that request to you. So I just forwarded that to you all, and I have it on this. Do you see it on the screen yet? Actually, just a second.
We do see a page 56. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to Cynthia that I had forgotten to mention that at the start of the meeting. And so what I sent to the AMPAC members just now was this email, which shows the request from the town and responses that Mead and Hunt helped identify. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention since neither of them had brought these up. I just wanted to make you aware of them.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And Julie, why don't we go back to you?
I just would like to correct something that Mr. Morey said about me. I have no issue getting into the science. I said I don't think that they're going to be able to dig down deeply within a master plan to put out everything that's been discovered and researched related to lead emissions and their impact on children and the impact of aircraft emissions from lead emissions. What I am saying is that I find it a very curious omission that air quality was not considered as something that was an extremely environmentally sensitive feature of this airport. And because of that, I would like to make a motion, and I don't know that you can tell me whether this is the appropriate time or if we have to wait until the discussion is finished.
I think people can make a motion anytime they want. At this juncture is fine. I'd say go ahead. I don't want to cut off the next person who might want to speak, but why don't you go ahead and make your motion and so we can hear it.
I would like to move that AMPAC include the issue of lead emission air quality with respect to lead emissions in the Middleton Airport Master Plan from aircraft flying at this airport. And I would move that issue be included in the environmental settings draft chapter 4 before the airport master plan is submitted to the City Planning Commission or the City Council.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it. It's Bob Bartholomew.
Okay, we have a first and a second on a motion. Discussion on that motion.
Isn't it true that before?
Can you identify yourself?
I'm sorry. It's Mark Warschauer.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
I'm sorry. Isn't it true that expanded environmental analysis, I presume, including the leaded, the lead in the ground and in the air, would need to be done before anything else, any project could commence, or if we approved anything? I mean, hypothetically, we could do nothing with this airport, but that's just a question. I don't know. I think that a lot of work needs to be done before any shovel is overturned with anything.
Well, I think the thing that's bothering some of us is for an environmental setting chapter, the most obvious and the most dangerous pollutant is from aviation gas near an airport, and not just aviation gas. I have seen, I don't have it handy, contaminants that also exist in the Jet A fuel. So that is also going to be a contaminant, not to mention de-icer. And I understand that some of the Cirrus aircraft that are located at Moore, I don't know if the specific ones, but the products they have do have an onboard de-icer, which means that as they're flying along, they can activate it from nozzles on the wings, and of course it flows across the wings and the fuselage and so forth. And at some point that has to be refilled. So whether it's flying over the airport or at the airport, de-icer is going to be another contaminant to contend with. I would just also say regarding some of Rick's comments, the Dane County has said that 90% of the lead that's in the air, and assume that then being measured in Dane County, comes from lead in aviation fuel.
Bob, I don't doubt that, but it is such an insignificant part of a pollutant that it's not very, not considered an issue. Now, the glycol that you are talking about is the same stuff you've got, or de-icer, same kind of chemical that you have in your car, of which I think there's a lot more cars on the road putting out some antifreeze occasionally. So I don't really think that the Cirrus Weeping Wing de-icing component that's a red herring. There's no factor involved with that. You can bring up percentages, but percentages of practically nothing still are practically nothing.
Well, yeah, concerning the de-icer, the problem is it's atomized. So when planes flying over, then it's going to spread over a wider area.
Hey, Bob, let's stick with the motion right now is dealing, I think, primarily with lead.
Right.
And I mean, I don't want this to devolve into the 950 chemicals, you know, that somebody might want to come up with. I think we need to focus on one thing at a time.
Well, except the concern is not polluting air quality and pollutants, whatever they may happen to be, was our objection. So I just wanted to mention that as a potential pollutant. And it fits under the chapter, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Robert, at one point, the city council told us, the AMPAC committee, that we did not have the authority to expand the scope of the contract with Mead and Hunt and or add additional meetings or the like, requiring a environmental assessment that is not contracted for nor required by the FAA seems to me that would be expanding our scope. But I will defer to your knowledge on this. Just wanted to bring that up as a point.
Well, I don't have specific knowledge on.
That was actually directed to me, Bob.
I'm sorry, sir. I heard Robert.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're both Roberts. What we can do as AMPAC is we can recommend. At the end of the day, if anything's going to be directing anybody to spend more money on consultancy fees, that's not going to be us directing them. It's going to have to go up the chain to the people with the purse strings, which is the city of Middleton and the Common Council. Julie, I do see your hand up. Why don't you go next?
Can you all hear me? No.
I can.
Oh, you can. Okay, sorry. So I do not want to get into the substance of the science for all the reasons that we have discussed. I am just, maybe I can clarify what I'm aiming at by asking Mr. Opitz or maybe some of the members of Mead Hunt to explain to me why certain issues were chosen for inclusion in this environmental settings and not others. Because to me, it seems as though there have been some fairly large omissions, and I would like to understand what the process was for that, because I think this is important enough that I've brought it up and I've made a motion. If there's something else that I'm not aware of that influenced the decision to not include air quality, I'd like to hear from the people who actually we're drafting and writing this draft plan, please.
Robert, I could take a stab at it if you like.
Before you do, let me just ask one question. I believe I've heard something about that cities are not allowed, like let's see, how do I want to say this? That cities and maybe other groups are not allowed to regulate something along the lines of jet fuel or airplane fuel. Is that is
there's
a federal?
A lot of things that we don't regulate that are in this plan, however.
I understand. I'm
asking what's the difference between them. I would like a distinction made so that I can understand where this draft chapter came from. But thank you, Mr. Burke.
Okay. Okay, Mark, go ahead. What are your comments?
So I think it's helpful to look at the town of Middleton's correspondence that you received this afternoon. This is from page 2 from their consultant, Dan Bartholomew, I presume, who who analyzed this chapter and the other materials in your packet. And the list here that is underlined, what's depicted and shown as underlined, was covered in chapter 4, but the ones that are listed like air quality that do not have an underline were not covered. And what I would say to that is when the city requested wanted to have a master plan and receive funding for a master plan from the Bureau of Aeronautics, originally we were going to do what was called a mini plan or a mini master plan, And I think the cost was going to be $50,000, if I remember correctly, or 60,000. I don't remember. The point is, it was about a fifth of what we're spending now. And so initially that was to specifically be focused on accommodating additional hangars because we had had so many inquiries for hangar space at the airport. So this was going back 3, 4, or 5 years and longer that we've had the inquiries. But in 2017, I think roughly is when we were wanting to do a mini master plan. Funding became available from the Bureau of Aeronautics, thanks to their help, to do a full-fledged master plan, which I think we can all agree is the right thing to be doing for this airport, since we haven't had a master plan conducted since the city got into the airport business. So the scope of services was proposed by Mead and Hunt. This was all shepherded through the Bureau of Aeronautics. They act as our agent, which is why we do the annual, or the periodic petition resolutions like we did in 2014. We petition the Bureau to act as our agent, as the city's agent, and they facilitated the process. They help line up the aviation consultant that's assigned to the airport, Mead and Hunt, and then they provide a review of the proposed scope of services. The scope of services was reviewed with the city. It was approved by the Bureau of Aeronautics, and they also ran it by the FAA, which did not have any objections to it. So the scope of services that you see in that I had on the screen here briefly, where it touches on environmental review, this overview, and the wetlands and what they're planning to study. This was all approved in 2018 to be funded by this $250,000 project, of which 80% is funded through the Bureau of Aeronautics FAA money that's derived from aviation user fees, et cetera. If there's a desire by this committee to expand the scope, as one of the alders mentioned earlier, I think the city council 2019, requested that the scope not be changed by the committee, but that would have to go through the council to request the Bureau of Aeronautics to alter or adjust the scope, which presumably would cost more, money. And if that's what the council wants to do, then that's obviously their decision.
Well, maybe a question should be asked is why BOA didn't include air quality. I would assume they would hopefully see that as being an important factor resulting from aviation-related activities. Perhaps Josh can expand on that.
I don't know if he's on the call, but from my understanding is the list of topics that the town has identified, that a lot of those topics are intended to be reviewed as part of the NEPA document that accompanies any project. So if there is a decision to, let's say, construct a crosswind runway that has pavement, and expand a crosswind runway, or to put in a new area for hangars, that as part of that analysis, there needs to be an environmental analysis done, or the upper level of it is an EIS, which wasn't done for the airport back when we got into this 18, 20 years ago. But if there's, at that point, those sort of detailed environmental impacts, potential impacts are studied. It is not something that's normally covered in airport master plans. And I guess I would defer to if Josh is on the call, or Mead and Hunt, to elaborate.
Well, it still begs the question, though, if it's not a detail, it's a really very important issue. It should have been included as the chapter. And at this point, hopefully, it will be considered and funded for future development as part of the master plan. So I'm not sure how much further we can go with this. The question came up, whatever else I wanted to say about air quality. What you have in your packet are summaries and abstracts of several specific studies that were done, focused reasonably on children, and this included in the packet too. There are a list of schools that are in the flight path or nearby, but there's many more studies than that have been conducted. This is just a few.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Well, if you move to another topic, floodplain, I've got a comment. And what about comprehensive planning? Is that appropriate now or later?
Comprehensive planning. That doesn't seem like it fits under environmental settings, which is the topic we're on now.
Okay,
Robert,
but I,
I believe we have a motion on the table and we need to.
Right, and that's why I want to get to that. Was there any further discussion on the motion?
Robert, can I just ask this, Cynthia Richardson? The raise your hand feature has disappeared from my screen.
It's
Mark?
still up on mine. Is there maybe you might need to click the participants icon at the bottom of your screen to see it, because what happens is sometimes it gets buried underneath something else.
So I did that and I don't get it.
Because like right now I see Julie's hand is up, but
well, I can see people's hands up. I just don't have the ability to raise my hand.
well, it should be at the very bottom of the list should say invite, mute me, or raise hand. Well, I shouldn't say it should say that. Mine says that. Maybe on a different computer it is different.
Yeah. So sometimes if people keep their hands up after I'm done talking, I have lowered hands. I did that earlier for Julie, but I'm not aware that that disallows the raise hand feature.
Well, Julie, your hand is up. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, I just wanted to query something that Mr. Opitz said. He said that air quality is not ordinarily something that would be considered in a environmental setting chapter. I just haven't had much time to review the things that were sent out by the town of Middleton, but it does seem to me that the FAA does specifically mention air quality as one of the factors that can be examined when preparing a master plan. It's on page 2, and so I'm querying why you think that can't be included in an environmental settings chapter.
Oh, I didn't say it can't be included.
Oh,
I just said it's my understanding that it's not required until you do a detailed NEPA process for a specific project. It may well be a good idea to include air quality and fish and other things like that as a scope of services. What I was saying is that the Bureau of Aeronautics worked with Mead and Hunt to prepare the scope of services. It was approved by the Bureau, reviewed by the city, endorsed by the city, and also the FAA had no problem with it. So this was and what I'm saying is there was speculation earlier about if there was a motive for why it wasn't included. And I was trying to assure people that there was never any specific direction to say, we don't want to study air quality. I just wanted to dispel that notion. If this is something that the committee is advising the council to do through this motion that you're making, then the motion should be voted on and it will go to the council for consideration of a contract amendment.
Oh, may I make a comment since there's no raise hand feature on my screen? Sorry, this is Cynthia Richardson. Robert?
Yes, go ahead, Cynthia.
Thank you. I just have 2 things. So one, I'm back to the purpose of the master plan because the current ACIP includes a request for runway extension money. So I'm not sure that was a city request or a BOA request. And secondly, I just want to respond about the 90% of total emissions, lead emissions are from piston aircraft in Dane County. And Dane County has, of the 72 counties in Wisconsin, Dane County has the second highest amount of lead aircraft emissions. And for 2017, for Dane County, so 90% of that's from piston aircraft, was 0.323 tons. So I would disagree with the earlier assertion that it's so small it just doesn't matter. I mean, there's no safe level of lead for children, and there is a cost to lead exposure. And the governor has an initiative now. I know it's focused on lead paint and other sources of lead in water and pipes, but children, particularly age 6 and under, can have reduced IQ. So there's costs to the lead exposure, and lead poisoning, ultimately, it's all 100% preventable. So I just wanted that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Any further questions related to the motion or comments related to the motion? My only question is I would need somebody to read back the motion to me because I don't recall it.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to offer, Chair Burke. So the motion by Loeffler, and I did not get the second. I'm sorry about that.
That was me, Mark, Bob.
I didn't write it down. To move that the AMPEC committee recommend to the council I'm just adding that. That the scope of services with Mead and Hunt be expanded to include air quality and lead emissions in the scope of services. You get the idea. I'll polish it up.
I do. Are there any questions or comments before we vote on that motion? Hearing none, I think we're going to need to do this as a roll call type vote to even understand who's voting for what.
That means I should start getting used to having a list ready here. All right, I'll do it this way. Bartholomew.
Yes.
Burke.
No.
Jason.
Yes.
Fay. Ray Fay. It's passing. Mike Frank.
Yes.
Hofeld.
No.
Did you say no?
Correct. I said no.
Leffler.
Aye or yes.
Maury.
No.
Munson.
No.
Porter.
No.
Richardson.
Yes.
Schaefer.
No.
And Warschauer.
No.
And Ray Fay, are you present to vote?
I'm back.
We are voting on the, they're
No.
voting on the motion on whether to recommend to the council. Do you know what the motion is?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm
Do you
voting
vote
no.
yes or no?
No,
I'm sorry?
no.
No, okay. All right, so I count 5 yeses and 8 nos
Okay.
on the motion.
Are there any other questions or comments related to the environmental settings chapter?
Is that where floodplains would come in? I've got a comment on that.
I believe floodplains would come under environmental settings, so go ahead, Bob.
Just a short comment. With the soil conditions that exist at the airport, really subsoils, I understand, are quite below what they should be. In fact, I think there was a building that was sinking out there at one point and had to be shored up. But with the soil conditions extending the runway and additional hangars, I think that creates more impervious surfaces with runoff, and some of that runoff may contain toxins and also contribute to flooding. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, since I can't raise my hand, Cynthia Richardson, could I just ask one question, please?
You may, and consider it that when you just talk out loud, I'll understand that means you want to raise your hand. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know where it went. I can't get it back.
It's not your fault. It's technology. It does not always work.
And I'm not very tech, so forgive me. I would like to ask Mr. Dunkelberg if you actually overlaid ADSB flight tracks, like 1 year's of worth, onto the generalized flight track exhibit, and was ADSB data used in the AEDT model, since it's not mentioned in the Chapter 4 environmental setting text.
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions related to item number 1, environmental settings?
Yeah, this is not related, but I just noticed on my button on the bottom, it says reactions. That's where it has the raise hand function.
Oh,
So if you have,
I was afraid to touch it. There it is. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's there under reactions.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Julie, I see your hand up.
It worked.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Julie.
Thank you, Chairman Burke. One of the most pressing issues in public health with respect to air quality, it's very new. It was never discussed previously in any of our meetings, nor has it been raised much by anybody in the public, is the the devastating health impacts of climate change. And in particular, new research is indicating that as they've been researching the impacts, the public health impacts of climate change, they've been discovering some really very negative impacts of just general air pollution, including particulates. So there was a committee here, there was a Congressional Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing, virtual hearing held in August of this year, in which a University of North Carolina scientist named Dr. Drew Shindell testified that new research indicates that there are many more premature deaths and many more hospitalizations and emergency room visits related to particulate pollution, including stroke, heart disease, pulmonary diseases. They're about twice as many. The effects of these, he's quantified to be about twice as bad as previously suggested. I still have the same question for my fellow committee members and the Mead and Hunt folks and the city planning and anybody else who's listening into this. You might ask, you might say that emissions from private planes and jets are only a small part of the CO2 and air pollution load that our county faces. It's true that most emissions are coming from commercial airlines, but environmentalists are worried by the fact that flights are skyrocketing, and it is not just commercial flights, it's private flights too. They have gone way up. And private planes are the least efficient way to convey passengers. There's some estimates that say private jets produce about 10 times the amount of carbon per passenger, and so therefore about 10 times the amount of, certain number of times the amount of air particulates. It's a very rough calculation that we're making, but there's no doubt about it that this is a huge public health issue. And since I am a committee member who's charged to try to represent the public good, I'm bringing it up again. I will make a motion. I move that AMPAC offer, I hope, Mark, that you will help me put this into the appropriate form, Mr. Mark Opitz, that AMPAC offer the advice to the city of Middleton that air quality be included in the Middleton Airport Master Plan as part of its environmental settings, particularly with respect to particulate emissions from aircraft flying at this airport. Because I don't understand how they can make a decision as to whether any part of this plan is good until they understand the sensitivity of the air quality issues raised. I am very concerned about public health. It's one of the things that I've been concerned about since I started on this committee, and I want it to be discussed and raised.
Do I hear a second to the motion by Julie Loeffler?
This is Richardson. I'll make a second.
Any discussion on this topic?
May I just say that one thing that hasn't been mentioned, sorry, this is Cynthia Richardson, is that these emissions also go downwind. So, I mean, this is also a city of Middleton issue for its residents.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Rich Morey. Sorry, Rich, you might be muted.
Muted in. I don't mean to be light about this, but why should we limit it simply to aircraft? Why shouldn't we make a comment about diesel vehicles or the cars that are burning, 100 times as much fuel and putting out probably far more than that in pollution? I mean, we're really limiting ourselves here. We should probably join the Paris Climate Accords as a city, or maybe just the committee. This is getting ridiculous.
Thank you for your comment. Kevin, I see your hand up as well.
Thank you, Robert. Again, I second what Richard was saying. I was going to hop in and mention the same thing, that just the vehicles on Airport Road that turned into, just a traffic jam out there, produce hundreds, if not thousands of times more pollutants than the aircraft do. So it would be impossible to do a study and say, well, where is 99.99% of the pollutants coming from as far as the vehicles, and the 0.1% of the pollutants coming from the aircraft. So, I mean, we need to be reasonable about this. And I just want to mention one other thing. As far as I know, and after the meeting, people can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as the glycols, I think ethylene glycol is, I don't think that's allowed to be put in cars or on airplanes anymore. They go with propylene glycol. It's the same thing we formulate pharmaceuticals and use in food stuff. So I don't think that we're using ethylene glycol anymore. So I just wanted to mention that. As far as I know, if I could get the stuff, I get it because it's pretty neat stuff, but it's toxic. The propylene glycol, or also called PEG, is what's used these days. So it's non-toxic. It's acceptable for use in foods and pharmaceuticals. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kevin. Julie, I see your hand up.
Yes, I would like to correct the impression that I think we need to get into the granular detail of this. And I would also respond to Mr. Maury, and I think it was Mr. Munson, who said this is ridiculous because other things may have greater impact on particulate emission. That's not our charge here. We are a committee that is charged to develop, to guide the process of developing an airport master plan. I think it is appropriate to consider air quality, and I will continue to press for that because I think it is a very environmentally sensitive part of an airport plan. I understand everything that Mr. Opitz said about that. Well, they just decided not to include it for reasons that nobody really knows at this point, and I quite understand that. But I'm saying I don't think that's a very wise exclusion. I don't think it's wise for lead. I don't think it's wise for air particulates. I don't think it's wise for climate change. And this is the point of my motion. Thank you.
Okay. So, and I don't. Cynthia, you have your hand up.
Yes, just really quickly. I agree with Julie that this is an airport master plan for expansion, and that's why our purpose here is related to C29. And I don't know that people are aware of this, but the city of Middleton has signed a resolution in support of the Paris climate. I don't know the exact words of it, but the city has endorsed that on the record. And then there's the Middleton climate referendum in November of 2016, where the city of Middleton asked two questions. Should the city of Middleton reduce the risks of global warming through its policy decisions and actions? And this question passed with 81% of the Middleton residents voting yes. And the second question was, should the city of Middleton?
You gotta drive to Rockford.
Somebody talking?
Please mute yourself, whoever.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Joe, your name is flashing when you talk, so you please
Oh,
turn your.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Can you turn your microphone off?
I think he did.
I am very sorry. Yes, I will. I didn't realize it was on.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Cynthia, please continue.
Yeah, so sorry. So 81% of the city of Middleton residents supported the first question, that the city should reduce the risks of global warming through its policy decisions and actions. And the second question, should the city of Middleton endorse a federal carbon fee and dividend program as part of a national strategy to reduce the risks of global warming? And that question passed with a 72% city of Middleton resident voting yes. So I think that's relevant here. Thank you.
Are there any further comments before we take this to a vote?
I have a question as the minute taker.
Sure.
This is so the previous motion was to recommend, so I'm trying to understand how this motion is different from the previous motion. So to advise the city that that air quality be included in the airport master plan, particularly with respect to particulate emissions from aircraft. Is that the motion, Julie?
Yeah, but I think given what Cindy was just saying, perhaps it should be amended to include air quality with respect to climate change. And I don't know how exactly, what would be the proper proceeding. It would save time because that was the very next issue that I was going to bring up was
Okay,
the issue
I
of
do.
climate change. So help me out here, and I'll be
Sure.
happy to make it more streamlined for everyone.
Let me ask you this, Julie. Sorry, let me, Julie, do you have more motions to make, am I understanding, after this?
One more. I have one more issue to discuss, I should say.
Mark Opitz, do you want to be showing all of this as we're looking at your typing?
Yeah.
Yes,
I want
it's
to,
for us to know what we're potentially voting on.
I don't know what you're seeing right now.
Chairman Burke, I just would like to remind everyone that we need to keep moving on. We have a commitment to the public for comments, so we need to move on to the next agenda item.
Well, and I was trying to understand how the motion differed from the previous motion. That was for minute taking. That's what I was trying to see. So it wasn't a dilatory motion.
There are other air particulates besides lead emissions. There's a whole
Okay.
list of them, and those are the ones that I'm referring to. But I also, I think Cindy's point is well taken, and I also understand what I think it's Mr. Schaefer just said about time limitations. However, I think environmental quality is one, and in this chapter, environmental settings is an issue that is of great concern to citizens, and you may hear from them to that effect afterwards. I don't know. I have no idea what people are going to comment, but I just feel that that's my job to discuss the public good. And this is what I am doing. And I don't know any other forum or any other way to do it than to raise these issues. I'm sorry that everybody feels that other people feel that way, but I will continue to raise my hand and say, yeah, I have some questions about this chapter related to environmental settings.
This does seem fairly similar to the last vote we just made a vote on, but given that, are there no other questions or comments? Cynthia, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's
Yeah, I just have one real quick.
Go ahead.
Julie, you might want to tie your motion to the 2017 disclosure by C29 of the 40 hazardous air pollutants and volatile organic compounds from C29. And it looks like they should be doing a 2020 report to the EPA soon, but 2017 is the most current. The total hazardous air pollutants are 2,433.76 pounds, and the VOCs are 6,870.82 pounds. And then they list 37 other specific. That's the aggregate emissions data from C29. There's other specific ones mentioned. Maybe you would like to tie your motion to this.
Hi, am I recognized to speak, Chairman Burke?
Sure, go ahead, Julie.
Okay. I don't really care. I mean, if somebody else wants to amend this motion, I don't know if I have to do it or if someone else does. I think it would be perfectly appropriate to say that my motion can encompass air quality issues, including whatever issues that Cindy recognized. I would say CO2 emissions related to carbon dioxide as well. That is very important to many people in this community. And I do think that if I amend that motion, then there can be a quick discussion and a quick vote.
We need a motion that we know what it is. So make
okay.
Whatever motion you're going to make, or Cynthia, if you wanted to offer a second.
Can't you amend a motion?
Who can amend?
Can you amend this motion?
You can. I just want to make sure that if things keep getting added, we don't know what we're voting on. So I want to make sure that we're all understanding what's being discussed.
So I would second her motion and tie it to the specific Maury disclosure from 2017 on the EPA website currently for total aggregate emissions data for C29.
There's a list of those in the packet.
Yes, it's on page 111 of the packet.
How do you phrase that?
That's what we need to figure out. So,
I can give you the EPA FRS ID number for the report if you
I don't think that that's necessary for the motion. If it seems like we're getting into minutia here, is there just a way to say page 111, which is I think what Mark started writing down? total aggregate emissions data. Is that good enough?
Well, I think you want to reference, I think what they're trying to reference is this EPA study up here, which I don't, would that suffice for the motion?
It would,
Up
this
here at
is,
the top?
I think that's great. Yes, for me, Cynthia.
So let's go back to the motion that is out there and figure out how it's to be amended to encompass the intent of the movement and the person who seconded it.
Oh, I'd have to look at what's at that website. So I guess I'm going to go look at that website if that's.
Or can you just, well.
Like what I agree with what Mark Opitz has written in the first sentence that he's got popped up on this, that's popping up on the screen. I just total aggregate emissions data for C29. I don't know how he's going to add that in.
It could be stated as the EPA, the 2017 EPA report regarding pollutants at Maury Airport.
And actually, Mark, you could just put the website address in there and then it's right there.
I just typed it in because I couldn't copy and paste it.
Yeah, you could just take that link and put it in the motion and we're off to the races.
So, but I liked what Bob said. If you're going to do that reference, I mean, I can put the link in there, but Bob, how did you phrase that?
You can just refer to the 2017 EPA report regarding pollutants at Maury Airport.
So the motion
may I just say, sorry, it's air pollutants. This is specific to air pollutants.
So you're asking to advise the council to amend the scope of services to include a study, a review, or I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. So
it's conduct an aviation emissions and air quality inventory is what the FAA calls it.
I'm sorry, I missed, I was talking over you too.
I'm sorry, aviation emissions inventory, aviation emissions and air quality inventory, I think is what the FAA calls it.
Okay.
And you could say based on the EPA study, because these are the specific ones disclosed. You could also say it's consistent with the 2016 November referendum in the city.
I guess I would ask in the future if people have a detailed motion like this to email it to me either during the meeting or
I don't have one. I'm making it up.
Well, I understand.
But okay, so it is incumbent upon the people making the motion to make sure that it's the motion they want. So Mark's done a pretty good job of trying to put down a few different people's ideas. Is this the motion that is intended by you, Julie?
Can it please be read
It's
out?
changing.
Because something is obscuring the screen. I thought the first sentence would have made a great motion, but I'm willing to have it amended. So can you please read it out, because I can't see it anymore for some reason.
It says, advise the Common Council to amend the scope of services to include a study of aviation emissions based on the 2017 EPA report regarding air pollutants at the airport. And then it has an HTTPS.
I don't know if we need that anymore,
link.
frankly, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm fine with making that motion, but I would also say that I was trying to respond to the comments made by one of the committee members that this is taking a long time. So I'm just trying to move the discussion along. I would have been happy to go through it as the original motion, but I'm happy to have it amended. Do I have to second that, or do I have to just make that as a new motion? What's the proper form for this?
Just amend the motion, Julie, and I'll second it.
All right, I move that motion be amended, please.
May I just, as the minute taker, suggest it was her motion to begin with? As long as you're amending your own motion, as long as the second concurs, we don't have to have any.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
And Ms. Richson, do you concur?
Yes, I second it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in, well, I guess we're going to have to do a roll call vote again, just given the format of our meeting. Can we decide who, everyone please read the motion that's on your screen, and then we'll have a roll call vote to see who.
I'm going to open up a separate window so I can have a list of everybody so I don't forget.
Sure.
Oh, actually, I know where I'll go. I'll go to our website. All right, I got it.
Okay. Hearing no further comments, we have a first and a second on this motion. Let's go through the list of names and see who votes for it.
Was that my name?
Bartholomew, yes.
Okay, yes, I'm for it.
Burke.
No.
Drazen.
Yes.
Fay.
No.
Frank.
Yes.
Hofelt.
No.
Leffler.
Yes.
Let me catch up here. I was just trying to make it easier to see. Maury.
No.
Munson.
No.
Porter.
No.
Richardson.
Yes.
Schaefer.
No.
And Warschauer.
No.
So I have the same result as last time, 5 yeses, 8 noes.
Okay. Any further comments or discussions on environmental settings before we move on?
What about land use controls? Is this the time to bring that up, or would you rather defer that to later?
Land use controls doesn't sound particularly environmental.
It's in the chapter.
Is it? Okay, thank you.
Just early on.
Go ahead then, yeah, Mr. Bartholomew.
Okay, I understand looking at chapter 4, a reference to PDD being a prominent zoning in the vicinity of the airport. It's a very loose kind of zoning ordinance. Essentially means we can we can have it be whatever we want. Is that correct, Mark?
I listened to most of what you said. I was typing. So a PDD zoning can be tailored. Each PDD, each plan development district is customized. It's tailored. It's unique. So I think that's what you said.
Okay. Well, the thing that concerns me is that we have what I would say, and I think the FAA considers to be incompatible land use near the airport. Now, I realize that some of this is guidelines, although even though in the Chapter 4 report, guidelines were referred to as only guidelines, I think guidelines are important and that should be emphasized. However, statements from FAA, the primary responsibility for integrating air considerations into the local land use planning process rests with the local governments. The objective of compatible land use planning are to encourage land uses that are generally considered to be incompatible with airports, such as residential, schools, and churches, to locate away from airports and encourage land uses that are more compatible, such as industrial and commercial, to locate around the airports. I would add to that healthcare, because we now have that possible psychiatric hospital coming in, and I know that I think as Meritor is contemplating adding something. The problem is it appears that the city might be violating Assurance 21. Assurance 21, by the way, states that upon acceptance of this grant offer by the sponsor, the assurances are considered part of the grant agreement. And 21 says it will take appropriate actions to the extent reasonable to restrict the use of land adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the airport to activities and purposes compatible with the normal aircraft operations. In the DOT guidelines, they have guidelines too for airports, says compatible land use planning also increase the quality of life for airport neighbors and the surrounding communities by alleviating the negative impacts of aircraft operations. So I think it's important to consider those things. Let's see, I was also going to mention that the airport, it mentions this several times as I go through the DOT guidelines and also the FAA materials about the importance of relating to communities and to what has to be done as far as combining with them. And I don't know if in the history of the planning near the airport, going back to 1998 when the city purchased it, was there any attempt to do any coordinated planning with the surrounding communities? You probably would know about that, Mark.
So the question's directed to me about coordinated planning with other communities?
Yeah, was that as part of what was happening with zoning and land planning, compatible land union with the surrounding communities when the airport was purchased?
The city had an existing intergovernmental agreement with the town of Middleton from 1994, but that was not revisited at the time of the city's decision to purchase from the Morey family, the private airport. So we did not, well, to my knowledge, there wasn't a specific intergovernmental planning process. I'm sure there was awareness, but I wasn't, the mayor, Dan Ramsey at the time, would have reached out to the chairperson, was probably Greg Held. And so there were some conditions of approval and some other intergovernmental agreements that occurred in conjunction with the airport, but also the development of the Quisling property where ETC and Highside are located now. So there were some discussions, but whether there was a specific reference to the incompatible land uses and what you cited for federal standards, I can't speak to that, but I can tell you that there was discussions between the communities and some intergovernmental agreement language, not explicitly limited to the airport, but to other projects in the area. That, for example, that led to, and this is something the town of Middleton's letter addressed today, the question, why can't hangars be located on Penny Klein Park, for example? Well, as part of this, these projects I was telling you about earlier for the lands of the former Quisling farm, the town specifically requested that there be no development north of Airport Road, west of the creek, and no lighting, for example. So the town definitely was involved in discussions at the time, but there wasn't an eye specifically to the standards, to my knowledge, the standards that you mentioned.
Okay.
And I'm not aware that we are in violation of any of those standards. I want to add that too for the record.
Well, I mentioned the assurance that seems to be, and also some of the guidelines, even though they're not required, it appears that those are not being followed as completely as they should. One last comment. This is from FAA under Airport Master Planning and Comprehensive Land Use Plans. It is important that local land use planners be involved in review and development plans of the airport's master planning process to provide input on future airport development plans and what potential impacts these plans may have on communities around the airport. That's my comments on land planning.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments from MPAC?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, I have a comment.
Is that you, Julie?
Yeah, unless somebody has a follow-up to what Bob was discussing with Mr. Opitz, I do have a.
Go ahead.
I have one more thing I'd like to raise.
Sure.
I would like to raise the issue of environmental justice. It seems to be absent from the discussion on this environmental settings. It is often included. The FAA has talked about this. Has any work been undertaken to look at environmental justice populations that are going to be impacted by this airport master plan? And the reason I ask this is because I think that's something that if we're offering advice to the city council, I would think that's something they would want to consider. And unless it's I don't see how that's going to come into the discussion if it's not part of the master plan. I'm not sure why it should not be part of the master plan. Thank you.
Okay, any comments on that? Any comments at all on environmental settings?
I don't have one on the environment, but I was asked to read something into the record. Fred Clancy, I know he's had quite a bit of correspondence with Mark on some questions, and the questions were responded to by Mead and Hunt. But I wasn't sure when would be the appropriate time to read those into. You wanted those specifically read into the record.
Is it related to out of the 3 topics we have here tonight? Environmental settings, initial discussion of draft alternatives, and project schedule and next steps. Is it relevant to one of those 3?
Yes, noise contour information.
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair, is it Bob, is it the email that Fred provided to the committee that we distributed this morning?
It could be, I'm not sure.
Already,
I was on the email that requested that you do this, so that's why I assume it's what it is. So the email has been shared with the committee members. We can make that available on our website if you wish. But
well, could it be part of the record then too?
How long is it to read it in?
Well, it's 2 paragraphs, but if members have it also. Okay, we never did get an answer to the important question about the expected change in noise levels over our homes beneath the arrival flight path on Glacier Ridge Road for a future design aircraft B2 versus the existing design aircraft B1. My neighbors and I would like to review noise contour information for both the B2 turboprops and for the B2 passenger jets that would be arriving on runway 28 from the east, flying directly over our homes on Glacier Ridge Road. The sound contour maps you sent me last night don't include a B2 design aircraft, CJ passenger jet, or larger turboprop arriving on runway 28 from the east. It appears to me that the only arrival sound tour information that was provided was for runway 10, not runway 28. Now, the second paragraph doesn't have to do with this, so you prefer I don't include that?
Just finish up the second paragraph.
Okay. The decision to use B2 as a critical future design aircraft category seems to be based on an extremely optimistic forecast that the number of operations of these larger jets and turboprops will exceed 500 operations per year by the end of the planning period in 2039. Why would these larger passenger jets and turboprop cargo carriers choose to use Middleton Airport runways that are not the lengths needed to safely land these larger aircraft? The east-west runway would need to be lengthened to meet the requirements. Our concern is that lengthening this runway will probably result in more of the larger and noisier B2 category aircraft flying over our rooftops on Glacier Ridge Road as they approach runway 28 from the east to land at Middleton Airport. So it does relate to noise.
Okay, thank you. Cynthia, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Robert, I have just a couple things to follow up on what Julie said, and it's in the Town of Middleton's Airport Consultants analysis on page 2, that the FAA Order 1050.1 Environmental Impacts Policies and Procedures in the bullet point list. Environmental justice is one of those that should be included. And I was told by a local physician that for persons in affordable housing, particularly children, which there's a district right next to the airport, that blood levels, blood work is taken as part of, I think, an annual physical, and that lead levels are part of that. So if people wanted data, there's privacy concerns, of course, but that is one way that they would be obtainable. And then just really quickly on the decibel levels, to get back to what Mr. Dunkelberg was saying, I'm concerned about the decibel level, and following on what Robert Bartholomew just read from Fred Clancy. Flying Cloud Airport in Edina, Minnesota just completed an aircraft noise study. So they did more than just the modeling that Mead and Hunt did some sort of light version for this tonight. They actually did field studies. I think they had 5 field locations. And so their October 2020 is the date of their report, and the noise was measured like the last week of August, or last week of July, first week of August. And they were most surprised of their results is that the Cirrus SR-22 came in at a single event level of 90.5 decibels. And the Cirrus SR-20 came in at 86.3. And that's consistent with what FAA disclosures of decibel levels for these aircraft are. Another one that they listed was the Cessna 560, which I think is a Citation, I have it here somewhere, but it's a jet, and that came in at 92.2 decibels. So west of the airport by Sunset Ridge Elementary School, we are already hearing 80+ decibel levels, and it's not a rare occurrence. So I just want people to be aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Any further comments related to discussion point number 1? Hearing none, why don't we move on to item number 2, initial discussion of draft alternatives.
Hey, Robert, I had my hand up. I just
Oh,
had a
I'm
comment.
sorry. I
No,
didn't see it.
no problem.
Thank
This
you.
is
Go
Jade.
ahead. Go ahead,
I just
Jade.
had a comment in regard to Cynthia's comment, and that is for anybody not familiar with Flying Cloud, that airport is much larger, and they do have a 5,000-foot runway. So the Citation 560 is certainly a much larger jet that is not operating in and out of Charlie 29 with our 4,000-foot runway.
Okay, thank you, Jade.
No, it might if you extend the runway.
Yes,
Okay.
but I was simply referring to the current study as it relates to Charlie 29.
But the MPAC report deals also with the future.
And that's a good segue to item 2, initial discussion of draft alternatives.
Okay, well, thank you, Robert. I'll try to share my screen here again. And is that visible?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, real good. Okay, so again, in the interest of time, I'm going to really move through these slides quickly and try to keep my presentation just as high level and brief as I can. Just a very few quick notes on these alternatives. And what we tried to do tonight is illustrate, graphics to present a range of options and ideas to just get this initial discussion going. We looked at a range of things, including the no-build alternative. These alternatives are built based on the requirements that we presented at our last meeting in Chapter 3. Some of these alternatives meet more of the requirements than others. What we'll be able to present in this, that there are many features around the airport that propose constraints. There's a lot of landlocked issues, both horizontally and vertically here at the airport. We're presenting these alternatives in no particular order, no rank or priority to any of these. These are just ideas at this point, and we're really hoping to just get some feedback from the MPAC members on where we've started and where we may want to put greater focus from here going out. There may be parts of each of these alternatives that can be blended or formed together, to arrive at the end. And I guess I really want to iterate that we have no interest in what the city or the community decides here. We're merely presenting alternatives, and this is truly a community decision. And I just want to make that clear that anything we're presenting here is just for discussion. So with that, I'm going to get right into it here. And I think I'm just going to change the view on this real quickly if I can to show it more widescreen. There we go. Okay, so just a real quick reminder on the runway length requirements. And I want to start with the runway alternatives. The only reason I'm starting with runway is, the runways, establish the airspace, they establish the safety areas, and they really end up the runway protection zones, all those things build off the runways. So we're starting with the runways because they, in essence, sort of establish the boundaries of the airport. And just real quickly, a recap from our last presentation. For aircraft that weigh 12,500 pounds or less, we looked at 2 runway lengths that apply. And for the majority of those, the existing 4,000-foot runway is adequate, that there's a runway length that correlates to about 3870. For those aircraft that are less than 12,500 with 10 or more passenger seats, the runway length that comes out of the FAA's guidance is 4,200. So it's a small, justification for a smaller addition in runway length, but it's fairly incremental compared to what's there today. When you look at aircraft weighing more than 12,500 pounds, the FAA has separate guidance. And so when we're talking about the turboprops, that length is 4,730. And then when we're talking about the jets, there's another percentage that's added on for wet and slippery conditions that brings that runway length up to 5,440. So with that, these initial alternatives for runway 1028 were developed with those runway lengths in mind. So starting with the existing conditions, again, the 4,000-foot runway accommodates most planes less than 12,500. A small extension by 200 feet would include those with 10 or more seats. We did look at a 440-foot extension. That is not tied to any of those links I talked about previous, but we looked at that because that is in essence what would keep the RPZ on airport property. And then the other 2 links were the extensions that more associated with the turboprop and jet aircraft. Just a quick overview of how we've set up these alternatives. All those environmental features that we looked at earlier, well, not all of them, but the ones that we could present from a 2-dimensional standpoint, the wetlands, the flood zones, the environmental corridors, we merged those together in this area in green. And so that's essentially you're being shown, how that relates to the airport properties on here. And then we also turned on the surrounding parcels to give some sort of sense of, as we're looking at, improvements that could potentially move off airport, what sort of lands come into play there. So again, one of the benefits of the do nothing alternative, really no changes to the airfield, no changes to the environmental, no land acquisition, no changes to surrounding infrastructure. One important thing that we wanted to look at is both, the horizontal existing conditions and then the vertical conditions off of 1028. This exhibit is showing how the terrain looks off to the west, off to the end of the runway 10. And I think we had showed this a little bit in our earlier discussion. But what you can see is the ground comes up fairly quickly to the west. Now this vertical depiction, the profile is exaggerated by a scale of 10. So this is exaggerated vertically, but it's done so to sort of help illustrate how the airspace relates to the ground and to homes and trees. So these areas that are highlighted in green, they represent existing obstructions to various airspace services, even under existing conditions. And there are some homes and other buildings and such that relate to certain airspace that extend. Now, some of these airspace surfaces have different different things associated with them in terms of what they mean in terms of impacting minimums and approach capabilities and whatnot. We can get into that a little bit later, but I'm going to try to just get through this quickly. Looking on the east end, we have the belt line, we have some towers, a lot of utility poles, and some buildings. And you can see that the runway protection zone is really pushed right up against the existing property line. It's right up against Airport Road. So when we looked at these alternatives, really doing anything to the east, there really just isn't a real feasible way to extend the runway to the east, given those constraints. So starting with the smallest extension, that 200-foot extension, you can see that the RPZ essentially stays on airport property, fairly minimal in terms of the environmental area, that would come into play. The airspace would lower by 5 to 10 feet by pushing that runway out. So a lot of those obstructions that we just showed to the west, those would become worsened. They'd be greater obstructions, and there would likely be more that would be introduced by a 200-foot extension, but not to the extent that I don't believe that would require property acquisition. I think you would probably want to be looking at navigation easements to be able to control those obstructions better. But I don't believe a 200-foot extension or even a 440-foot extension here would really get to the point where a taking of the property would necessarily come into play. But those obstructions off to the west would have to be dealt with, and that's either through some sort of acquiring the property through easements or something like that. Where I think the longer extensions come into play, you can see with the 730-foot here, the RPZ is getting off airport property. So ideally, you would love to be able to control that RPZ. You're looking at trying to potentially acquire some land or for sure some easements for that RPZ. At this level of extension, that airspace is lowering by 18 to 37 feet. So as far as clearances over Capitol View Road to the west, those are still feasible. But I think with this type of extension, you're really looking at, particularly in those houses to the west, you're getting into the GQS surfaces and some of these surfaces that really have impacts on the approach minimums and what you can do. So, there's sort of diminished returns. If you push the runway out this long, yes, your runway is getting longer, but you're really sort of presented with some challenges more from the vertical standpoint than the horizontal. And then the last one, looking at that 1,440-foot extension, you can see a good portion of the RPZ, while it does not get into Capitol Road, now gets into a second property over here to the west. That airspace lowering by 36 to 72 feet. Under this scenario, even the ground itself becomes a penetration to the airspace. So those are all just from a very high level standpoint, the levels of issues, I guess, or challenges that come into play with extensions to the west. In my opinion, a small extension, a 200 or a 400-foot, those are things that are fairly feasible without a whole lot of taking of property. But I think you start looking at pushing that RPZ off the airport, I think you run into challenges both horizontally and vertically where you're looking at greater levels of property acquisition to make that happen. So that's real briefly on the primary runway. I'm gonna now move over to the crosswind. A quick reminder on what we looked at for the crosswind from the facility requirements. There is, looking at the wind conditions, and again, as Rick had indicated, planes need to land and take off into the wind. There is justification looking at the winds for a crosswind runway. And particularly for the smaller aircraft who are more susceptible to the effects of crosswind conditions. And in the case of Middleton here, those are the A1 and the B1 aircraft. When we look at runway length requirements for aircraft like that, a 3,280-foot length is what came out of that analysis. So that would be the length. The other thing we looked at in terms of considerations for the crosswind, it's a turf runway now that that in and of itself very much limits how many of the users can use that runway, and its length is only 1,800 feet. By paving and lengthening the crosswind runway, it creates greater opportunities for a larger segment of users to use that runway. When we talked about the crosswind, we also looked at a couple of opportunities to improve the condition. One being the RPZ that extends to the south off the crosswind runway. I think we talked, there's a good segment of that extends off airport property into airport road and some of the parcels to the south. So we looked at, maybe there's opportunities to improve that as we're considering changing the crosswind. There's also overlapping safety areas between the two runways, which in and of itself is not uncommon and not necessarily a requirement, but since we're looking at ways to improve the airport, ways to improve this runway, that was another sort of factor to look at. So we had a wider range of alternatives that we looked at for the crosswind. the existing no build condition, some things to think about there is, there are a good chunk of folks and operators who like that turf runway, who prefer that surface. And that's certainly something to be considered. Again, by not changing the runway, we're not introducing other environmental issues or land. But again, by doing nothing, we're also not really improving the runway intersection or changing that RPZ at all. And so the first four build alternatives for the crosswind are all associated with keeping the crosswind a turf runway and are primarily focused on dealing with that intersection and the RPZ. So these first four, they do not address at all trying to address the need for creating greater use by all users of the crosswind, or the need to address the crosswind component. The last four alternatives here that I'll get into very quickly, those try to look at the full range of requirements. How can we improve the RPZ? How can we improve that runway intersection? How can we pave and get this runway to a length that's usable by a greater segment of the people that operate at C29? So again, this showing the existing condition here. The turf runway is 1,800 feet long. The RPZ to the north is pretty well contained. You can see the extent by which the RPZ to the south extends off property. And again, there are some overlapping runway safety areas, and these two runways do intersect here. Looking at the existing conditions vertically to the south, there are several buildings and the industrial uses down there, but nothing that really comes into play in terms of concerns vertically. No tall structures within the immediate vicinity. The one thing I would say about developments to the south, and it doesn't show on this drawing, but roughly 3 miles, I think close to maybe 3.5 miles south of the airport, over by Menards and Target over there by Mineral Point, is that very large antenna, which is almost directly in line with the runway alignment today. So that's something to think about. As any improvements to this runway and its existing alignment, it's directly aligned with that large tower to the south. Looking to the north, and this is a profile view, what you can see here is that there's a large hill in place to the north, and the runway's pretty much directly aimed for that. And there's a good chunk of trees on the top of that hill. Right now, the airspace is above most of that, but you can see there is some on the Mr. Rip's property here. Some of those trees are in that airspace. So the first build alternative, again, in these first four are really, what can we do with the existing turf runway? How can we improve the existing to get that RPZ pulled more on airport property? And what this is showing, by reducing the runway length by 550 feet, what that does is it eliminates the overlap and the safety areas between the two runways. That reduction in length fixes that problem, but you can see it does not bring the entire RPZ onto the airport. A portion still extends out into Airport Road, although the majority of the RPZ is on airport property. What you would need to reduce the runway length by to pull that entire RPZ on is 800 feet. That essentially leaves you with just 1,000-foot long turf runway. And so what we then looked at here under the next alternative is, can we realign this runway slightly and shift it to the north in combination? What that really does is it keeps both of the RPZs between the Schrader Road to the north and Airport Road to the south, and the maximum length that you can get on the turf runway within those two constraints is, I believe that says 1,270 feet. So those were ways to shorten the runway to address the intersection. When you're looking at reducing a runway down, it kind of brings up the thought, well, what's the highest and best use, of that land? What if we were to close that runway? Obviously, that's a pretty dramatic change, but one of the things it does do is it opens up area that could be developed for other uses, whether that be hangars or other facility needs, expansion of solar array So that was brought in as a consideration and just something to bring into the discussion. The last four alternatives here again are looking at what can we do with this runway to pave it, to bring it to a length where it could be used by the majority or a greater use of the operators here at C29. This first alternative is showing what it would look like to pave the runway in its existing alignment and get it to that 3,280 foot length. One of the biggest things that comes into play right away is the fact that the runway extends past Schrader Road. So a segment of Schrader Road would need to be closed and cut off. And under this alternative, we're showing how Schrader Road could be realigned to the north outside the RPZ and where that could connect over to the Beltline to the east here. As we mentioned, there's this hill that's directly north, and by keeping the runway in its existing alignment, we're just pushing that runway more directly and more straight into that hill. So this next alternative is how can we realign the runway away from that hill? And there's actually a valley between this hill to the north and another hill to the south. And so this alignment is really trying to hit that sweet spot from a vertical standpoint to avoid that hill. And then by rotating the runway in this alignment, it also turns it away from being so directly aligned with that large tower, south of the airport. We can still get Schrader Road realigned here. This one is showing a taxiway, a parallel taxiway on the east side. We'd look at another alternative where you could put the taxiway on the west side, and there's some pluses and minuses of which side you put that parallel taxiway on. Obviously, what's shown here is that environmental corridor, that floodplain. There's different levels of impact that would be associated with trying to put a taxiway on the west side here. But there are some operational advantages of aircraft not having to necessarily cross through the RPZ on the south end and then cross the other runway in order to get to the runway if the taxiway was only on the east side. So again, I'm going to run through these real quickly. This last alternative is really, getting to this notion of, given the constraints on 1028 and the fact that there, is a little bit more room to move north, this idea of what if the north-south became the primary runway? And this is showing, to accommodate that 4,200 foot length that we were talking about, that there's that immediate justification for. Under a length of this scenario, I think it would be very difficult to realign Schrader Road. Just, you can see that the RPZ is avoiding that hill. But with this length, I think you'd just be looking at having to close Schrader Road. And the winds do favor a north-south a little bit better than they do in east-west. And I guess I'm going to leave it at just that kind of high level right at this moment. We can get into a broader discussion. What I'd like to do real quickly is talk about the hangar alternatives now. Again, just a quick reminder of the requirements from the facilities chapter. Based on the forecast, we're looking at an additional 25 aircraft being based at the airport over the 20-year planning horizon. Looking at the different things that are associated with hangars, both landside, airside, we're looking at about a 12-acre area that would need to be provided to accommodate those. Again, you look at the existing airport and the environmental features within the existing airport's boundaries, and there just aren't a whole lot of areas to develop hangars, and that's really been the case here. There's a demand, there's been a consistent waiting list for hangars, but there's just really no place to put them without some kind of environmental impact. And this first one is really looking at what I think are the two possibilities on the existing airport. But again, the negative things associated with these are the fact that they overlay floodplains, they overlay environmental corridors. Looking at this area to the west, it's very challenged in terms of access. You would have to access it by going through Penny Klein Park. The area to the east over here, the access is a little easier over here. One of the things to consider, however, is the localizer array off to the east here. It's not always a factor, but sometimes how close hangars end up getting to some of these nav aids, there can sometimes be some reflectivity issues and some impacts. So those things would need to be considered. But by far the biggest downside to these areas is the environmental challenges. The other options we looked at are looking at developing hangars off airport, and we looked at those in conjunction with improving the crosswind runway. Now this one that's showing hangars to the east, this would not necessarily require improvements to the crosswind runway. I think you could put hangars over here and you could still figure out a way to get a taxiway or taxi lane over to the runway. But we are showing it with a paved crosswind. There is some ideas, the advantages of how you would access this, and maybe an opportunity to connect Springer Drive to the north down to Venture Avenue here. Obviously this development is closer to some of the residential uses over here. This last hangar alternative was looking at putting the hangars on another side of the crosswind. This would require some sort of change to the crosswind runway. Even if you would have to somehow get a taxiway that would either require you to remove that crosswind or do something like shown here, paving and realigning the crosswind. One of the advantages of this is that this is on an area where there is a clear zone easement. The airport does not own this, but the clear zone easement basically limits, it controls the property all the way down to the ground. So while there's still some farming that can occur on this property, there are some controls. There would be additional land acquired here as well for this hangar development. So I think that's, I know that's just a really quick run through these alternatives, but Robert, I know we're running long, so I'm just going to end it there and kind of turn it over to you and the AMPAC folks for questions and discussion here.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Greg. Let me get back up my, okay, got it. I got the right things on my screen now. So I'll open it up for a discussion amongst the AMPAC members. Are there questions?
Dan Drake, you got a comment.
Okay, Dan, go ahead.
First of all, it's Schneider Road, not Schrader Road. So people aren't confused with the Madison Schrader Road. Did you say that one of your comments was to close Schneider Road? You realign that runway?
Yeah, Dan, and I can flip over here to the last runway alternative, the one that was showing, and I need to get back to the right drawing here. This one, for a runway length of 4,200 feet, at that length, I don't think it would really be feasible to realign Schneider Road. And I apologize if I said Schrader Road. And we used to be over by Schrader, and I think that's where my confusion was coming from. But yeah, under this kind of length, I just don't see how you could realign that roadway in a feasible way and stay out of the RPZ and things of that nature.
Yeah, because that's the most heavily traveled road in the town of Springfield. It'd be pretty tough to redo that road.
Okay.
That's just my comment.
Okay, thank you. Next hand I see up is Kevin Munson. Kevin, you might be muted.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, so I've been involved for a little over 20 years with airport master planning for about a half a dozen airports. And whenever I say this, the FAA, they roll their eyes. The Bureau of Aeronautics, well, they'll probably roll their eyes too. But one of the primary reasons we do this, and this isn't a very popular stance, is it's a compliance exercise. So in our AIP contracts, FAA, it's a required exercise to do master planning. And anybody that knows me very well knows my position on making any significant changes to this airport. I live a mile on the other side, on the east side of the airport. So I'm a pilot also, and I understand, I think I really understand the issues with noise and other environmental concerns and all that, and the economic impact to homes and all of that. So I know it's not a popular stance, but one of the primary reasons we do this is it's a compliant exercise if we're going to be part of this AIP NPIAS system. So, you know, with all of that said, all the airports that I've worked where we've developed master plans, we never have made a change to the airport. In 20 years, we've said we put the master plan together, we've looked at all the alternatives, and the airports have stayed exactly the way they have. Now, with that said, you know, Napa County Airport, you know, that really cool wine place up there in Northern California, they modified their airport, and Mead and Hunt did a great job doing it. So I'm not saying it never happens anymore, but it's really difficult. I just wanted people to understand that you don't have to have a master plan to make changes to an airport. And if there are alternatives in there, they very rarely come to fruition anymore because of all the hoops that you have to jump through. And with the government being bankrupt and austerity measures on the way, probably significant ones that may rival some of our European counterparts, I doubt it. And with the whole industry literally collapsing, the whole airline industry collapsing and being no money there, I don't see these changes happening. But I just want to make sure that people understand that this is a process. We follow the FAA formulas and templates for doing it, and I really appreciate Mead and Hunt presenting alternates, because I think they're important, because there's alternates in there that basically say, hey, we're not going to do anything, or maybe we'll just make a little adjustment here or there. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Rich, I see that you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I want to echo Kevin's statements there. That you really summed it up, Kevin. All of these are alternatives. As an airport manager, I certainly can't see, this is going to go out on a limb, but I can't see extending. 200 feet won't give us anything. 400 might give us a little, but you're going to have the airport closed down for a very long time to get very little there. There may be a safety gain on extending to the west, but I can't see that happening.
This is Bob Bartholomew. One thing of interest.
Hang on, Bob. I don't think Richard was done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, Rich.
Bob, I think I'm talking now. Yeah, I'm up now. Thanks, Bob.
Okay.
But I do see a need to purchase the property north and east of the airport. I could to have the control of our zones. I also would like to see an option where we leave Schneider obviously where it is and go with aggressive displaced thresholds. So you could have a longer takeoff run. Now, perhaps this is not something the FAA would be interested in, but if we could easily move the grass running north and make it longer, I believe, even longer than that 12, effectively longer, as long as we use displaced thresholds so that people are not coming in low over the Schneider or the houses there. That's simply an opinion. But otherwise, yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting options here. We certainly need more hangars out here, according to our users. Just don't know where we can put them practically.
Okay, thank you, Richard. I'm going to go, I see a few other hands, but Bob, I heard that you were interested in talking before I saw some of the other hands go up. So Bob, go ahead.
Just a short comment. If talking about not changing airports, it's significant that in Santa Monica, they shortened the airport runway
Okay, thanks, Bob. I'm gonna go with Jade Hofeld next.
Yeah, and I just had a question for Greg on the alternatives, and maybe this doesn't apply because it's not an actual change of runways, but has consideration been taken with regard to the traffic pattern itself on runway 28 as it's aligned currently and changing to right traffic, Greg? Would that apply in this section, or would that not apply because it's not an actual change, physical change?
Jade, you're saying rather than making any change to the runway pavement itself, what you would change is the going to from a left-hand pattern to a right-hand pattern?
Exactly, Greg. Yeah, as an alternative presented to be right traffic on runway 28 as an alternative.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't something that we went into, in the scope, but I think it's, if there's interest in looking at that, I mean, I think we could talk about that. Maybe, like you say, I think they would be, I guess, just looking at the patterns and I think that would be kind of the illustration, of where that traffic would end up.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would love to see that as an alternative drafted into the changes, because I do feel that right traffic on runway 28 may help eliminate some noise to the south and specifically to the southwest of the airport. So I would definitely like to see that entertained as an alternative if it so qualifies.
Okay, I'll make a note of that, and I think that might be something the impact might want to talk about.
Yeah. Thanks, Jade. Kevin, your hand is up. I'm not sure if you put that up again or if that's still up from last time. Kevin Munson, did you want to speak?
I'm sorry, I don't know how that happened.
No problem. Not a problem.
I apologize.
No worries. Richard Morey, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yes, I have no objection of revisiting the right-hand traffic pattern, but I do feel it would degrade safety at the airport. If we go with the right-hand traffic on 28, we'd have to, for safety's sake, we'd have to go with the right-hand traffic on 10. I know other people may disagree with me on that, but if we do, now we're going to have a bunch of other problems. So I'm on record as being against that. I respect Jade's position on it, but safety is primary. And I believe if we went with a left and right traffic with only one paved runway and traffic that operates here without radios regularly and ambiguous winds, we're going to have problems.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Richard. Cynthia, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Robert. I would like to strongly support Jade's recommendation for a right traffic pattern and to have that alternative be presented. And hopefully that would be for whatever runways result or remain after this planning process is in place. I've talked to the FAA FSDO, and he thinks that would be a significant relief to the people west and south of the airport, and I would strongly welcome that. So thank you, Jade. The other main concern is that 79% of the runway 01 is still to the south of Airport Road, and that's a safety concern. So those would be my two main points. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Speaking of that RPZ that Cindy brought up, Mark, I understand there have been some negotiations going on because the RPZ extends over Airport Road and over also some properties which the city does not have an easement for, and which means, of course, essentially they've been getting a freebie for years because usually easements are compensated. How are those negotiations going?
I'm not aware of what negotiations you're referring to, Bob.
Oh, I had heard there were some negotiations because I think one of the owners is aware of the fact that there is an easement for which he's not been compensated, and he had talked to the city concerning trying to negotiate something. But nonetheless, there is not an easement that the city, as I understand, is entitled to right now over those properties.
You are correct that there's not an easement, that the city does not have an easement there, and the owner is requesting that as part of the master plan that we look at options to shift the RPZ to the north. I had not thought of that as a negotiation, but you're right that Mr. Bletner has requested that, and since that's why we're making sure that it's one of the things that you're studying, and it's obviously something that Chair Richardson has been bringing up as well. So. I just hadn't thought of that as a negotiation. It is something that the city is very interested in doing so that we aren't encumbering the property to the south.
Oh, good. Glad to hear that.
Okay. The next hand up I see is Richard Morey. Go ahead, Richard.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down. My
Not a
apologies.
problem. It happens. Jade, I think your hand did go up again, so
Yeah,
go
thank
ahead.
you. I just
Sure.
had a question for Greg as it relates to RPZs. And I'm just curious because we're talking about the RPZ over runway 119. If having RPZs over roads is common or if this is abnormal or what the standard is if there is such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to answer your first question, is it common? Yes. I mean, I think you could probably look at just about any airport in the state and you would find probably some portion of an RPZ extending off airport property. You know, it's the one good thing, you know, I guess the thing I would say about the RPZ is it's intended to enhance, you know, safety. It's not the only safety element associated with the runway. You know, there are safety areas, there are object-free areas, there are obstacle-free zones. You know, all of those are in compliance on the runway one end. There is also adequate airspace clearance for the approach, you know, over Airport Road. So those are all things that are, you know, in compliance. And I think we outlined those in the requirements chapter, you know, things that are okay, you know, with the turf runway and our meeting standard. But yeah, I mean, the FAA is taking greater scrutiny of RPZs, I would say. And, you know, if you are changing the approach or if you're changing the location of a runway end, what the FAA now requires you to do is an RPZ alternatives analysis, where you look at, you know, a range of options, kind of like we're doing here, to try to improve that RPZ as best you can. Now, sometimes, you know, there aren't great options from the air side, you know, and there are things that can be implemented on the land side. But I guess, you know, what we're really trying to do here is, are there things that we can do to improve that situation as part of this master plan? And I guess to answer your question, it's not uncommon. You know, RPZ is not the only safety factor associated with that runway. And, you know, as part of a master plan, I think it's just prudent for us to be looking at ways that we could improve that RPZ.
Thanks, Greg. That's super helpful. My second follow-up question, again, goes back to the alternatives. As you mentioned, that runway 28 development to the east is really not a feasible option. But what about looking at an alternative for a displaced threshold to the east?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that because, you know, Rich had a similar question for, you know, the crosswind, you know, and the idea of extending a runway, but then incorporating displaced thresholds in combination with that. And I can tell you that that is not something that would probably garner a lot of support from the FAA for funding. And the reason for that is, you know, they look at it as you're adding pavement, but that pavement is not, it can only be used in one direction is how they look at it.
Sure.
So, you know, I think you can look at implementing a displaced threshold when you're trying to rectify a non-standard safety issue, or if you somehow have an obstruction that enters the airspace. I think under those kind of conditions, you'll see a displaced threshold come in to play. But for extending a runway, but then at the same time keeping the threshold where it's at, I just don't think that's going to get a whole lot of support from the FAA. Either for the
Got it. So it could add a safety margin, but we likely wouldn't garner the support of the FAA for funding and that sort of thing. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and I think the FAA may say, yeah, you guys could do that, and then I don't think there's inherently a safety concern. I just don't think, I think they would say it'd be something you'd have to pay for yourself.
Got it. Thanks, Greg.
Yep.
Okay, I see the next hand up is Cynthia Richson. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Thank you, Robert. I have a couple of quick comments. So, I mean, the fact that Airport Road is the only way in and out from the west to the east with 10,000 vehicles a day and growing, I think it's a significant safety issue where 79% of the current RPZ goes to the south of Airport Road. And that leads me to a question for Greg. In some research that I did, I saw that in 2010, Mead and Hunt did something called a third-party risk assessment for the safety of people and property on the ground. So I'd like to know, depending upon where this master planning process leads us, if that type of analysis, especially if more frequent, heavier plane operations are enabled at C-29, I would be interested in third-party risk analysis. I don't want us to forget about Highwood Circle Estates, the 47-acre established existing neighborhood in the town of Middleton that's to the north, right behind the Lexus dealer up on the top of the hill. So whatever options are under consideration, I ask that they please be considered. I was up there this year for town business, a meeting, and it was really loud already. So they are having impacts. And then I know it may have been a freak accident, but at the Wanakee Airport, I think it was 1974, the Bucata accident where the 16-year-old and her 14-year-old brother were driving on Division Street and a plane coming in for a landing didn't really see her car due to its green grass color, and she wound up dying. So these things do happen, albeit they may be rare. So considering this is our only way in and out in this area, I think it's a pretty important consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. The next hand the hand that I saw up disappeared, so maybe. Richard, go ahead.
Again, Wanakee is a much different situation. That accident happened at night. We do not operate on the grass runway at night. We have a far greater displacement from the end of the runway, end of the runway to the Airport Road than Wanakee has. There's, I'm again very familiar with that accident, and trying to compare that to what we have is really apples to oranges.
Okay, thank you, Richard. The next hand I see up is Deanna Porter. Go ahead, Deanna.
Thank you, Robert. I just had a quick question in relation to noise and Cynthia's comment about being near Airport Road and the Lexus dealership and hearing a lot of noise. Were we taking into account the businesses in the noise study, what their impact was? Or was it just residential?
So this is Greg. The way we developed the noise analysis, and maybe Rick Dunkelberg can jump in here, but we looked at just how it extends out from the airport under existing conditions currently, and that's the only noise analysis we've done now is based on where the runways sit now, what operations are there now. We are scoped as part of this master plan to do noise analysis for the future condition, and whatever that future condition may be. We can't do noise analysis for every single alternative. I think we can be thinking about how these runways and noise might might change under these alternatives. But the intent, or what's been included with this scope, is that we would do noise contours for whatever we arrive at for a future condition here. If that's helpful, Deanna, I'm not sure if I'm completely answering your question there, but.
Yes, you're answering it in a roundabout way. I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Deanna. The next hand I see is Cynthia's. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, just really quickly, because this has been discussed at other meetings and we never get a chance to respond. So I'm just going to take this opportunity. So Rich, I really respect your comments and your opinions, but I have the accident report, and the Bucata accident happened at 6 p.m. And on that exact date in time, the sun didn't set till at least an hour later. I don't have it in front of me. That's my recollection. So I respect your opinion, but it was not dark out during that accident. So thank you for the record.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia.
Robert, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just related to this, so we can clear this up because it keeps coming up. Rich, what's the distance of the runway? And I'm looking at a map, but I don't have control of the screen right now. What's the distance of runway 0119 from Airport Road?
It's 1,800. Oh, it's 1,800 feet total length. I don't have we could probably
I'm measuring it right now. So does it start, where does it start? Does it start at the taxiway, the east-west taxiway, or does it start south of there?
It starts it starts north of the east-west taxiway.
Okay, so that distance, I'm just measuring from the taxiway to Airport Road. That distance is over 400 feet. The Wanakee Airport is 50 feet from Division Road.
Yeah, the Wanakee Airport is a non-federal funded airport. It isn't built to federal standards. It's privately owned by the people that have their homes and hangars around it.
Yeah, I just wanted to buttress the argument that the point that you made about how far it is displaced from the airport road in comparison to Division Street.
And again, that runway is lighted at Wanakee. Our grass runway is not lighted. It's not operated on at night.
Okay, thank you for that information. Deanna, your hand is still up. Did you want to say something more? I'm going to guess that's a no. Cynthia, go ahead. Your hand's up.
Yeah, I don't want to keep belaboring this point, but I just want the committee to understand that I get phone calls from very concerned citizens who are driving on Airport Road, and they have very, very low airplanes coming in for a landing or taking off at C-29, and they're coming over their hood of their car or their roof, and they describe it to me as scary. So I appreciate the dimensions of the 50 feet versus the 400 feet, and the differences between Wanakee and C-29. I get that. But there's also a human factor involved here and kind of a reality check. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Any further questions or comments?
Bob Bartholomew, I have a question for Rick.
Go ahead, Bob.
Rick, I was going to ask, most departures on C-28 are to the west. That's correct?
Excuse me, Charlie, you mean Charlie 29, Bob?
I'm sorry, yeah, 28, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we want to be precise though. Yep, to my, it seems to be about 60% to maybe a little more, or we go to the west, there are just, that the runway or the winds tend to favor be out of the northwest.
So there aren't really too many departures to the east then?
Well, that would be 40% of the departures would be to the east, Bob. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if the runway is extended, of course, it'll be to the west to accommodate the aircraft that are larger and whatever, taking off since that's a larger percentage. Now, if the runway is extended, would that permit, when conditions are right, those same aircraft then to depart to the east because of the extended runway to the west?
Do you mean, would people make downwind takeoffs? Is that what you're asking?
Well, let's say if a pilot wants to take off to the east, and there is the extended runway that now has been to the west, and but because we're extending the runway, if it's extended to the west to accommodate larger and presumably noisier aircraft, but if someone wants to take off to the east, again, conditions permitting, so they would be at the far west end of the runway. Because of the extension of the runway, that would permit these larger, noisier aircraft to be taken off east over residential areas. Is that correct?
That is not correct at all, Bob. Now, you've read the same paperwork I have. The FAA said maybe we can justify a 200-foot increase on that runway. We're not going to.
Yeah, no, I have, but I'm just saying that
200 feet, Bob. It doesn't make any sense. And the concept of someone taking off downwind because they have an extra 200 or 500 feet makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. If the winds are ambiguous, people are going to take off to the west simply because they are going away from the large populated area into an area where they are departing over what yet undeveloped areas. So no, your question makes no sense. And
Rich,
yeah.
actually, I interpreted it a little differently, if I may, quickly. I think Bob is asking if there's a 4,400-foot runway with the 400 feet added to the west, would planes be able to use that full 4,400 feet in either direction? And the answer to that is yes. And your answer was they would still continue like they do today when the winds are calm. They would still favor taking off to the west, but they could use the full length of the runway, no matter how long it is, in either direction. I think that was Bob's question.
Oh, that was
thank you.
Interpretation. Sorry.
Yeah, I understood, and I understood.
No, I didn't make it clear. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, well, sometimes a non-pilot person maybe can,
Okay.
I sort of can dabble between, geek and non-geek, so.
No, I don't think that we're going to have any change in the number of departures one way or the other, whether we go with a slightly longer runway or more likely do nothing.
Yeah, I was just speaking for the alternatives in a theoretical sense.
Okay, thank you, Bob. John Schaefer, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm neither a pilot nor an engineer. Wanted to fly all my life, but I feel like we spent an hour and a half, 2 hours arguing over a foot here, this and that. And to be honest with you, I live in downtown Middleton under the base leg of this airport, and I hear the noise of the planes, but I hear 10 or 15 fire trucks going off every day. I hear the churches ringing off their bells every day. I hear the trucks on the Beltline roaring down their engines. And I'm just really sort of put off by this thing that somehow my world is supposed to be pristinely quiet, and I live in or near a city. And that's part of what comes with that, with this noise. And yes, I'm sensitive to it, but I don't think we should be spending month after month, hour after hour, talking about the stuff that we all live with. Every one of you has noise coming in your house all the time from many places. And I just wish somehow we could move on to a bigger picture instead of bogging down in what I think is just something that just too small. That being said, for all of those who you complain about the noise to the west, I support looking at all of these options for enhancing north-south runway, because I think that could get rid of some of this problem and also give more opportunities for this airport. So sorry, I've vented, but I needed to do it. Thank you.
It does happen. Thank you, John. Further questions or comments? Cynthia, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to be respectful and respond, because I think there is this mythology. Those of us that live to the west or the south of C-29, we are used to hearing birds and crickets. We have very low ambient noise. And while that may not be part of the delta in the modeling that Mead and Hunt has done for noise, it's real. And I will tell you, the Flying Cloud Edina, Minnesota airport study, the noise aircraft study, they said that their complaints from 2019 were approximately 1,700 complaints. And yes, they have more operations than C-29. But in 2020, their complaints were up to 9,000 something. And one of the biggest reasons was because people are at home because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which nobody seems to mention, a respiratory virus that can be fatal. And I'm looking at page 69 of the packet, and 80 decibels, it says shouting at 3 feet. Well, I will tell you that working at home, which many of us do, conversations are interrupted, meetings are interrupted. You can't hear. It's called the Middleton pause. We're not making it up. It's real. And the Cirrus aircraft, the Pipers, there's a number of the Beach King, we're talking easily 80, 85 decibels. So please don't minimize and make this like it's not real, because it is. It's a quality of life issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Next hand up is Jade Hofelt. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to comment in response to Cynthia's repeated comments with regard to Flying Cloud, because if anybody has actually looked at what Flying Cloud looks like, it is not comparable to Charlie 29. It has 2 parallel runways, one of which is almost 4,000 feet, one of which is 5,000. It also has a crosswind runway that's 2,690 feet. So we're she's taking apples and looking at oranges, and that is just not a fair comparison in terms of traffic and noise complaints and everything else surrounding it. So we have to look at airports that are very similar to Charlie 29, not ones that are not at all comparable. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. The next hand up that I see is John Schaefer. Go ahead, John. Oh, John, you're muted. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Cynthia, I don't mean to diminish your sense of the pain and the noise. It comes to me as it's a constancy as opposed to a part-time. I have an air raid signal by my house that's been recorded at 130 decibels when it goes on, and the county refuses to do something about that noise level. So for the 2 to 3 minutes when that thing goes off, my ears are racked and my life stops. But that doesn't go on 24 hours a day, every single minute of every hour. And so I'm just trying to say there's got to be some balance, that we all have moments of noise. And I'm sorry that yours is so disruptive, that your entire day seems to be gone. I don't know what you've been through before, so I can't speak for you. I can only say that it sounds like your position is an all or nothing. I want to hear all birds all the time and no airplanes, or it's a disaster. I don't mean to characterize you that way. I just, we all have to deal with this at some level. And I think we're making a huge thing out of something that goes bigger than this.
At some point, we're going to need to wrap this up. But Cynthia, I saw your hand go up. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, so I just want to point out on page 75 of the packet, section 4.7.2.4, runway utilization, says that, if I'm reading it correctly, that approximately 70 to 90% of the C-29 aircraft are heading to the west. And that doesn't include the helicopter traffic, which is extraordinarily loud and low. And I will tell you that these airplane operations wake people up in the morning. They're unpredictable. And let me give you an example. The day after Christmas, Saturday, December 26th, from early in the morning until well after dark, non-stop. It was so disruptive. This is not somebody saying, that they can't handle any noise. But when you have to keep turning up the television, or you have to wait, because one of the things that's missing from this study is the duration of the noise. If you're on a hill, especially in the winter where there's no leaves on trees, the duration of the noise of these aircraft, or have 2 or 3 loud ones at the same time in the same vicinity. So John, I feel your pain, and that's unfortunate, but your experience is quite different. And I will tell you, the other thing that no one is talking about, and it's not mentioned in these materials, is on June 4 of 2020, the Airport Commission changed the quote noise abatement procedure. And frankly, it made the noise a whole lot worse. And if we were using actual FAA flight track data, then that would be apparent to this committee. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julie, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burke. I think that there are communities that have very different expectations, but we are all part of the airport community in that we are all impacted. I know that there are people who have moved out here for the quiet. There are people who were here long before the airport existed. I'm speaking in particular to dairy farmers who in the last 2 years have experienced much more airport and aviation noise. And in fact, about a month ago, a 90-year-old farmer across the road died from me, and her son, they have a century farm, and I asked him what he thought about it, and he said, well, my mom and I have been talking about it over the last 2 years, how much louder things are. I've lived in Hyde Park on the south side of Chicago, and it's pretty darn noisy, Mr. Schaefer. I can tell you, I've lived all over the world. I've lived in African capitals that are so noisy, you can't even think about it. But what I am saying is, I would ask you to be just a little bit more respectful of the parts of the community that live in a little bit quieter space than Middleton, because noise pollution is important to everybody. It does impact everybody. And I don't think it's something that should just be dismissed. And that's how I felt that you were doing right then. I'm trying to speak up for an entire community, not just the part that's in downtown Middleton, not just the part that's out here. Just respect each other, please. That's what I wanted to say. If that's a rant, so be it. But I didn't feel like that was I just want this to be understood that we're the community too. We're all in this community.
Thank you, Julie. And for the record, I thought that was not a rant. I thought that was very well spoken. So thank you. John, your hand's up. I would ask that let's try to shorten this up because we're getting later and later into the evening. So see what you can do to keep our meeting short. Thank you.
I'll do it quickly. I didn't mean to be dismissive because I'm not representative of the whole community. I'm just saying that the rest of you are also not representative of the whole community. So I feel as this committee, we have to look at the airport and the city needs. And while all our voices are important, we need to bring them together and realize we all have different perspectives. And if we can do that, I think we can move forward quicker and better. That's all. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think what we should do now is, while we're still in item number 2, what we really need to do is kind of get a feel from AMPAC committee what of these various alternatives, and definitely the leaving things the same is the alternative number 0, I guess I would say. What direction do we want to give to Meade and Hunt? Because I believe next month the goal was for Meade and Hunt to come back to us with alternatives, refinement, and evaluation criteria. And I think what they need from us tonight is which one of these options or a couple of options are worth spending a little bit more time on. So I would open that up to AMPAC committee and say, are there any viewpoints that want to be shared as to what are preferred ideas out there?
This is Ray. I believe our voting probably showed Meade and Hunt the way that this committee is heading.
you're probably right, but I'd like to make it pretty clear to everybody what direction we want to give to Mead and Hunt. Kevin, I see your hand went up. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. I'm a little confused too, as far as what do they need? I mean, we have the alternatives here. I mean, at this point, since it's initial discussion, what do they need without getting into just another long drawn out debate? You know, it is getting late. I'd like to hear from the general public. You know, I'm off at night. I'm off in 20 minutes. So, you know, what exactly do we need so we can, you know, get this done in a couple of minutes and move on to some general, you know, listen to the, you know, some input from the general public.
Sure.
Yeah, Robert, I could jump in here real quick if you think it'd be helpful.
It would.
I mean, I think ideally I would just really love to hear maybe from each commission member, even if they could just give a couple of minutes of, you know, their initial reactions to these. Are there ones that they like in particular? Something, you know, are any of these non-starters, some, you know, pros and cons that we didn't think about? You know, I don't need an exhaustive reply, but it would be great to just have, even from each one, just maybe a minute of, you know, what their first reactions are to these, and to give us a little guidance. As you mentioned, Robert, as we come back next week, I think our goal would be, based on what feedback we get from folks, here are the ones that we think got, you know, a little bit of better reaction than others. And what I'd like to bring, you know, to the next meeting in a couple of weeks in advance of the meeting, you know, is a set of criteria, you know, how we would, you know, be evaluating and trying to set up, you know, some potential scoring of these. So any sort of thoughts on that too would be welcome. So that would be ideal if there's enough time to do that. And I guess that's just where I'm at with it.
Okay, Jade, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. And in response to the question specifically addressed to us in Greg's comments just now, I think my personal views on what's required or what could be good alternatives would be with regard to the demand for additional buildable area for hangars and based aircraft. And that would be in the hangar development alternatives in the presentation, where we talk about, you know, a paved runway 0220 with either an east or west taxiway. I don't know what the best alternative there is, but definitely additional buildable hangars. And, you know, based on what I'm seeing regarding the requirements for the east-west runway, I don't see any need to make changes there outside of my previously requested alternative exploration on the right traffic.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks again. So a little bit along the lines of the previous speaker, Jade, I think it was. Yeah, you know, I don't see much of an advantage of making any changes, lengthening the east-west runway. There may be some advantages to paving the north-south runway, but then again, we're going to be, you know, it's already very close to that Highwood neighborhood. You know, I'm not even sure if that's even feasible. You know, and again, there's a lot of traffic. Unfortunately, we've allowed encroachment of noise-sensitive development. In other words, residential. We've allowed, that's called encroachment. That's one of the biggest issues with airports, and so that really limits, you know, what we can do. And so, you know, if it was up to me, I would just leave it the way it is. And I realize that we may not have income, as much income, because we wouldn't have as many airplanes, but we are airplanes based at the airport. However, you know, the feedback that I've gotten from the general public, just in general, not the flying public, but in general, yeah, we allowed encroachment of noise sensitive development. And so it put a lot of constraints. So right now I'm where I am is just to leave it as it is, unless there's some small changes that can be made, offsets and, you know, extended thresholds and all that to, you know, to make it a little safer. That's where I am. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Julie, you're up next. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Burke. I would like to echo what Mr. Munson said. Almost entirely the feedback that I have had from this community that I'm representing is that they would like to leave things as they are. And I do think, I also want to echo something that Mr. Drazen said earlier about rerouting or closing Schneider Road. I don't know that people who don't live out in Springfield are aware of what a vital road that is. And it is very heavily used by the rural community of Springfield. So in any of those options that includes doing something to Schneider Road, I would be very hesitant about it. But in general, I would have to agree. I do have to agree with what Mr. Munson said. The feedback is not unanimous. There were a few I don't cares in the general community, and I approached as many people as I could. Most of them said, we already have enough here. We don't need any more. We don't need any more of it, and we would prefer not to have it.
Okay, thank you, Julie. John, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I basically concur with everything that's been said before for the most part. I think the east-west with the noise and concerns, and they're clearly there, that I don't see what little bit we could do would make much of a difference. If anything should be done, it would be done on the north-south. I concur with the Schneider Road, although the shorter paved runways that rerouted Schneider Road wouldn't necessarily cut off that. So my support would be, if we do anything, it would be only related to mostly the north-south runway, with whatever it would do to increase safety and a little more usage to pull stuff off east-west, but nothing radical.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's see.
This is Ray. My hand is not working. So
go ahead.
I'm going to just jump in here for a minute. Regarding the request by some for hangars, we certainly do need them. The problem is, I don't believe how hard we work on this, we're not going to get the money from the government. The government, somebody said earlier, is broke, and they are. The only other comment is somebody complained about the helicopter. Well, the helicopter, that you have to remember, a lot of it's medical. So if that helicopter was coming for me, I'd be damn happy and wouldn't be worried about the noise. And again, money. We don't have the money. So that's the way I would vote for anything. Don't worry about it, because we're not going to have the money to build it anyway.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. Any further comments from AMPEC members?
Yes, Kevin, or excuse me, yeah.
Richard?
Yeah, sorry. It's been a long night.
I apologize to everyone that this meeting is going so long. That's on me.
You're a saint. You're doing just fine. So, yeah, I can't see, I agree. I can't see an extension east-west. I was always skeptical of that. I don't see moving Schneider as being viable, to be honest, as much as it would make a certain sense to have a paved crosswind as long as we could keep some grass for operations. I don't even have a big complaint about shortening up the displacing the threshold and making sure that we get the the clear zone off or all onto airport property. Allow Mr. Bletner to develop his property there. I think that would have, if that comes to a legal battle, we'd have to do it anyway. And almost everyone lands well along of the paved runway anyway, so we really wouldn't, effectively, it wouldn't bother us very much one way or the other. I certainly am not in favor of that closing of the grass runway. We can easily displace the threshold or put it further down, make it operational. But that's basically my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it. Other AMPEC viewpoints?
I agree with not making any changes to the east-west runway. Any advantages are derived from extending it, you already have over at the Dane County Airport, any negatives associated with the current runway are also alleviated by using Dane County Airport, a full service airport. See no reason why we should try to, in any way, try to duplicate it in any manner. Not suggest you'd have the same thing, but it's there. It's only a few miles away. It makes more sense to use it rather than spend FAA funds on doing an extension of the runway here.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Cynthia, go ahead.
Thank you, Robert. So I agree with Kevin Munson. Leave it the way it is. I agree with Jade. We should look at a right turn. I think we should not use eminent domain to take private property from people. And I would like to see RPZ safety for runway 01 improved. And the helicopter traffic I am describing has nothing to do with med flight. I 100% support and would be happily woken up in the middle of the night for a med flight helicopter. These are private real estate company helicopters that I am referring to. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. A few more AMPAC members out there. Any other voices? Any other comments? Well, I'll just say I'm in general agreement with what I've heard tonight. It's I think the east-west runway, there's almost no benefit to the tiny amount of extension that we're talking about, and no money for it. So to me, that one doesn't even need to be looked at further. That's my opinion, is that east-west can stay exactly where it is. I would like to see, if we were going to flesh out anything, leaving the north-south runway exactly the same as obviously the one option. Another one would be bringing up the southern end so it's fully on airport property. I'd like to see that explored, and then trying to do something to extend the northern end would be a third option, so that ideally the north-south runway, one of the options would be that it shifts northward but doesn't really lose a lot in length. So I think those are the ones. And then as for hangars, I think the options presented are good options to at least look at, associated with that north-south runway positioning. I have no further comments. Let me see if other people do. Jade, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond back to Cynthia's comments on the helicopter traffic, because there have been now numerous complaints about helicopter traffic in the traffic and noise complaints that have been reported and talked about in the airport commission meetings, where those flights have been medical flights. Yes. So although Cynthia may not have a problem with the medical flights, there have been numerous noise complaints that relate directly to medical flights. And I think everybody should take a very close look at that and realize what we're talking about and complaining about there.
Okay, thank you. Julie, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I didn't intend to comment again, but I do want to say that I have never, in our community, in this community of Springfield, I should say, which is I'm the citizen representative of, I've actually never had anybody complain about a helicopter flight. I'd also like to just add that my husband is an emergency medicine provider at UW, still working on the front lines, a full clinical schedule, and he flew med flight for many years before the tragic accident of 2008. And if you think that there's anybody sitting in this, I cannot believe there's anybody sitting in this community, in this committee, that does not support med flight, because I sure do 100%, Ray. So I just want to make sure you understand where I'm coming from. And as I said, I don't think the community of Springfield has, I've not heard anything from people talking about helicopter noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And I'll just throw out there that I doubt very much that anybody is going to come out publicly against med flights. I can see somebody not knowing it's a med flight and saying, man, that was a loud helicopter. Fine. But I think we can all agree that we're hopefully
You
all.
can tell when
all
it's
the
a med
support.
flight helicopter, though, can't you? I mean, you can just identify it. I'm
You're
surprised.
you're
I was
better than
surprised what Jay
me.
said. But,
You're better than me, Julie. I don't recognize helicopters by sound.
all right, well,
But
thank you. It's
thank
pretty,
you.
yep, thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Otherwise, I think Mead and Hunt has some pretty good direction from item number 2. Okay. Hearing nothing more. And again, my apologies to all that this is a longer night than I might have hoped. Let's move on to project schedule and next steps. So we are hopefully coming to an end of at least the AMPAC portion of meeting number 6 tonight. We are still going to open it up to public comment in a little bit of time. But one of the things we do need to discuss is not so much meeting 7, which I think is designed to be any refinements that we're going to talk about with the alternatives. If people want to talk about that on AMPAC, we can do that. But I think one of the big things is going to be the public open house on sometime in March 2021. How do we want a virtual public open house to work so that people can get their viewpoints in and hear useful information at a public open house, but not have everybody talking over one another and things of that nature? So again, I'm opening this up to AMPAC, but if anybody from Mead and Hunt has any guidance for us, I'll take that too. But Richard Morey, I see your hand up. Go ahead and speak.
We've got a little experience doing Zoom meetings and teaching out here, but I honestly think what would be good is to have the presentation available on a website. People can come in and click and view it on at their convenience, and then make their comments at that point, and also could easily just put down any questions that they might have to be addressed. And then we could look at those questions and basically put a list of answers out. I'm sure a lot of people would have similar questions as to what they need. And certainly everyone should have their voice. But by doing it, we need to do it remotely. By having the presentation available as not necessarily just that hour or so, but for people to view over a week's period or whatever we decide, and then make their comments and ask their questions via just texting that or email, would work. The problem is, of course, the people that do not have computer access, and I'm not sure how to address that other than to get their grandchildren involved, but that works. But anyway, that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Richard. Other thoughts or viewpoints from either Mead and Hunt or from AMPAC members?
This is Dan Drazen, Robert.
Hi, Dan. Go ahead.
I just want to comment that I really appreciate your professionalism in chairing this committee. I think you're doing a great job, and just wanted to make that comment.
Well, I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
I agree. This is Cynthia Richardson. Good job, Robert.
Wow. If my head gets bigger on the screen, it's probably just because I'm moving closer to the camera, but maybe not. Thank you both. I do appreciate it. Other thoughts or ways really project schedule and next steps. I guess one thing, maybe we can put the project schedule back up on the screen. And while we're getting that back up on the screen, I see Julie, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Julie. Oh, Julie, I think you're muted. Julie, you are still muted. If you wanted to speak.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
With my computer. Sorry about that.
No problems. Go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Morey was talking about in terms of computer access. I do think it is probably, it could be pose a little bit more of a problem out in rural areas, especially, you know, some of the people, one, can't afford it, but two, there's also issues with internet going in and out. I don't necessarily know how to address that. I just want to flag that as an issue, and I wanted to second what Mr. Maury was saying. Not everybody can get their grandkids involved, and not everybody's grandkids may not necessarily have computers, and that's true for people who are in the environmental justice groups that I was mentioning as well. They may not have access to computers, and I don't know how to get around that, but I would like to afford them an opportunity. Is there a way that somebody like Mead Hunt or somebody in the planning department could address those two groups, rural people and people in environmental justice groups who don't necessarily have access to computers to participate in this?
It's a good question. And Julie, thank you for those comments. I appreciate that. I see that, Colleen from Mead and Hunt has her hand up, and I'm going to call on her next. Richard, I see your hand up still. If you still want to speak, leave your hand up and you would be the next person after Colleen.
My hand's up too. It's here.
Oh, I don't see it, but I'll trust you. Thank you. Colleen, why don't you go next if you have something to say?
Great, thank you, Chair Burke. Impact Committee, hello. As Chair Burke said, I'm from Mead and Hunt, and I am an aviation planner and stakeholder engagement coordinator with Mead and Hunt. And so I do have a couple of thoughts and ideas as far as some of the questions raised already tonight regarding how to address people without computer access. There's a few different ways we can go about that, and I think it somewhat will depend on, you know, what we do for the masses, and then taking a version of that and tailoring it for those people that don't have computer access. You know, one idea is some version of the whatever presentation that is made, whether it be slides and some associated narrative, or you know, some version of the presentation that we could have printed copies available, say at the airport, maybe at the town town halls, or City of Middleton, places like that, and then also have printed comment forms that then they can send in via mail, or they can drop back off at those same locations, what have you. So those are a couple ideas. If we think that, you know, it all needs to be just completely printed, that certainly is an option. I do like the idea of whatever we do, whether it be a kind of live Zoom or something pre-recorded and put on the website, that either way, we tend to go with the best practice of recording whatever it is, making that available on the website after the fact, having a variety of ways for people to comment, whether it be at a live Zoom or via email. Also having that comment period open for, you know, another week or two after the meeting, so that people have opportunity to digest the information, think about their comments, and still get those in. So those are a couple of ideas on that. I guess a couple questions I'd pose to this group are, you know, if it were to be something live, you know, Rich offered an option of having something just up on the website, having information for people to digest on their own pace. That's certainly one opportunity. If we were to do you know, a live presentation in addition to that, what time of day? What time of day is best for people? Is it during the workday? Is it at the end of the workday, 5:30, same time as this? Is it a 7 p.m.? As far as a couple of best practice options, you know, having a start and an end time is really, I think, a good way to make sure that we're keeping people engaged and not, you know, not letting the meeting run on too long and just tiring people out, and that. I'm trying to look at my notes here to see, as I said, recording and posting to the website, just having a variety of ways for people to share their input. And I think a lot of this also goes back to what are the ultimate goals of the public meeting, and that's something for this group to discuss and decide. From what I've heard from you, it's a lot about making sure everybody has an opportunity to have input, and so how do we do that in an organized and respectful way? So those are a couple of ideas. I'm happy to take other questions, or if there's, you know, other ideas come up, and I can weigh in on those, but would love to hear what you all think.
Great. Thank you, Colleen. I appreciate it. The next hand up I see is Mayor Brar. Go ahead, Mayor Brar. You're not a member of AMPAC, but you as the mayor of the city of Middleton, you are a member of every committee and commission. So I am going to recognize Mayor Brar.
Thank you, Robert. To begin with, I want to say you are doing a great job. I agree with the others. And I want to say thank you to everyone for their time and effort and input. You guys were listening to each other really well. I attended only part of the meeting. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brar. I do appreciate it. Kevin Munson, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just my personal opinion, I think one way we could approach this is to have Mead and Hunt do just a really high level 15-20 minute presentation of what this is all about, the airport master planning process, and then just leave it open for questions. And Mead and Hunt would be, the panel of experts, and just, that's sort of the way an open house works anyway. And one question at a time, obviously, and unfortunately that's the way these computers work. And I mean, I would really like to, and maybe I sound like a broken record, I'd really like to hear a lot of people from the outside come in and ask questions to see if they understand where we are and what their concerns are and all that. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Let's see. Deanna Porter, your hand just went up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Robert. I just want to echo Kevin's last remarks, because I mean, we all spend a lot of time on these meetings, and I think the goal of it is to hear what the city wants, what the town wants, what our neighbors want, and to make this a really cohesive process. And I think that we're all on the same page, but sometimes we're off on little tangents, and I think we just need to come together as a group and figure this out. Sometimes it seems disconnected, but I think we all have a common goal. We want to serve our people, and we want to be good constituents of our towns and our cities. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deanna. There's a few hands up that were up before, but I'm going to go back to the top. Colleen, did you have something additional to say?
I'm sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
A few people probably did, and that's fine. Let's see. Okay, Cynthia, go ahead. I think you're next.
Yeah, so I just want to make a couple of really practical comments based on experience with our town that might be helpful here. And it's 9:06, and I'd really like to hear from the public. So I hope we can wrap this part up.
I hope so too. Thank you.
We had because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to have our annual town meeting by Zoom. And what we do is we offer a toll-free long distance number so that the persons that Julie mentioned that may have no internet access or spotty internet access can call from their cell phone or from a landline toll-free, so they don't incur any charges, hopefully. I don't know what their cell plan would be, but and I think the whole focus should be on a lot of interaction and question and answer, because I think the community will have a lot of questions, and ours worked really well. So I think it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Schaefer, you're next.
I concur with Cynthia totally on that. I like her plan.
Fantastic. Thank you. So just a couple things before we move on. One of the things that Colleen mentioned was time of day. If this is going to be live, or as I've learned to say in the world of schooling, if this is a synchronous meeting, it seems to me that like a 5 to 7 or something like that time frame is probably going to get the most participation. But does that sound right to other AMPAC members, that a 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock or a 5:30 to 7:30 type time frame might be the way to get the most participation? Julie, go ahead.
Thanks for posing that question. And I also want to say thank you very much for your chairing of these meetings. Mr. Burke, I have been, I did not hear mention, and I may just not have heard it, but is there any potential of doing a weekend open house? Many people have jobs that keep them, pretty busy, and then they go home at night and they have children to care for and other things. I noted that the May open house that was held was on a weekend, I believe, and it was extremely well attended. So is there any consideration that could be given to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'm actually going to, before we call on, well, I'll just go to Richard Morey. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Weekend or later, because an awful lot of people work until 5 or 5:30. Not everyone has a 9 to 4, 9 to 5 job, and there are people that are actually going into work still instead of working at home. So, a little later would make more inclusive, and weekend probably would be even the better option.
I guess I should ask, would Meaden, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I ever came back to Mark Opitz. My apologies, Mark. You've probably been wanting to speak for a while.
Actually, Colleen said essentially what I was going to say, which was we can make resources available at the city hall and town hall, and so she commented. So
okay, thank you. And would if we were to look at a weekend, would we be able to support a weekend type of synchronous or live question and answer session as a public open house? I know that's tougher. I'm asking the whole group, and I don't want to assign people to work on weekends if that wasn't.
As long as I don't have to put synchronous in the agenda, because I wouldn't know how to spell it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to go back to Julie. Did you have your hand up still? Or Richard?
Gosh, no, I forgot to take it down, but I just took it down. Sorry.
No worries. I just don't want to ignore people. Richard Morey?
Same here. Yep.
Okay. So I think I do want to move on. And unless somebody has any ideas, it's the story I'm hearing is that maybe a weekend meeting might be best if we can pull something off. We can also have materials longer term, like paper copies or something out there that maybe if somebody can't attend the meeting for any reason, either technology or timing, they would still have a way to participate, to get their, to learn a little bit of what we've been doing and to also provide feedback to us. Any other thoughts or comments on this before we move on to public comment? Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to reiterate that regardless of when we do it, I think as a best practice, we would encourage recording it and then making it available following for anybody that couldn't make it at that time. And I will probably defer to Greg, but I would go out on a limb to say, yes, I think we would be able to make it work for a weekend. I don't think that would be a problem for us.
Okay, thank you.
I would think that's doable. Yep.
Okay, thank you both. John Schaefer, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've just been to a number of Saturday meeting mornings, like 10 to noon, 9 to 11, and they seem to be very well populated. So I support that idea of a Saturday or something.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Seeing no additional hands, can we move on to the public comment section of our meeting? And my apologies to everyone for having a long wait, but let me just check one more time my list of hands up. Okay, I think we're going to move on to public comment. You have up to 3 minutes per speaker, and we're going to start with Gary Keys. Go ahead, Gary.
Hey, thank you. I'll make this really short. I agree totally with the notation made about no money available. I think the reason the public is hopefully speaking up a little bit about this, you just never know about when they're going to find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. If something is shovel ready and it's ready to go and that money becomes available, all of a sudden it's, hey, you can't say anything now. It's too late. We were ready to go and here we go. So I think it's a good time for us all to jump on board and say something about our concerns. The only other thing I'd say is that I haven't done very much in the way of call-ins or notations on the fact that I still have a concern lately. I'm trying to respect the time of everybody here. If I send a note in, that means somebody's got to read it, somebody's got to respond to it. You guys are busy enough. I think I've set a precedent already on what I'm seeing. That doesn't mean just because you're not hearing from me anymore on the complaint list that this is all of a sudden died and there isn't no more noise, no low flights, no more repetitious flights on certain days. So I just want to know that yes, still got plenty to say, but I'm not going to continue to do it because I think you've heard from me enough. I've already made my voice heard and my concern along those lines. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. Next up is Jenny Pavlovic.
Hi, I would ask that you address all the comments in the January 12th Dan Bartholomew memo, which are important for the master planning process. And I'd request that you take the time now to remedy the lack of some of the early consideration of the current environmental impacts of the airport on the surrounding area as well as future. And I would ask that you contract an independent environmental assessment by a qualified expert who doesn't gain more or less future work, depending on what results they report, because it's a conflict of interest for Mead and Hunt alone to do that work. And I would ask that the complete list of environmental topics that Bartholomew lists in his memo would be addressed. I think it's still relevant for what you're still talking about with the north-south runway. And Cynthia mentioned this, but I'd also request a third-party risk analysis of the risk to people and property on the ground for the existing operations for people who live and work and attend school within 5 miles of C-29. And I'm glad that you're discussing possibly changing the flight pattern to a right turn when taking off to the west. I think that would affect a much less populated area. 2020 noise complaint data submitted by neighbors is much more relevant than 2019 data because in 2020 neighbors learned to use flight tracking software and could identify tail numbers. And as was mentioned before, more people were home almost 24/7 due to COVID-19. Noise modeling needs to address flight patterns that result in noise complaints. Most noise complaints are for aircraft that aren't following the highly speculative modeling assumptions, which only include flying in the general pattern or performing straight in arrivals and departures. An overlay of actual MSN radar flight track data from 2019 and 2020 should be included in the model. And it should also represent 2020 noise complaint reports of flight tracks with a lot of those have screenshots that show planes circling 10 to 12 times per hour over the same neighborhoods. And an LMAX noise level contour should be developed for planes flying 10 to 12 circles per hour over neighborhoods, including when like 2 to 4 planes at once are taking off, circling and landing. That's where the noise complaints are coming in. So doing a general model isn't going to capture what generates the noise complaints. More planes have recently either been flying position only or switching their transponders off between laps, making it tougher to track them online. And other pilots have posted concerns on social media about this. So let me say that again. Once they found out that we could track them online, they started trying to be more difficult to track. And other pilots are concerned about that. The increase in really loud jet traffic in 2020 has impacted the neighborhood. So I'm relieved that you've decided you're talking about not lengthening the east-west runway. And I appreciate the thought and the conversation that went into that. And I still do think we need a scientific study with data of current air quality in the vicinity of the airport, including seasonal variation. Your kids play on those soccer fields if you're from the city of Middleton. According to the EPA, this has been quoted.
You're at about 3.5 minutes, so if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say about half of current lead emissions in the US come from piston-powered aircraft, which I think that's been quoted earlier. And Dane County EPA data shows that nearly 90% of lead emissions are from aircraft, so it does affect everyone in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Next up is Leslie. Go ahead, Leslie.
Gotta unmute.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Leslie here. Let's see. So first I'd like to address some comments made by members of the committee earlier. First of all, if someone signed up to live in the city near bells and sirens and whatnot, that's their choice. Storm sirens go off once weekly and do not go off every 6 minutes for 14 hours per day all year long. And that's what many in this debate miss. It's that most people out to the west, where the burden of the traffic is, the endless lesson and training traffic of 2 flight schools, they did not sign up for this. People who moved out there just 5 to 10 years ago have experienced an explosive increase in noise and air traffic. A very large proportion of people to the west have lived there for decades, long before the city owned the facility, when there were just 20 hangars, not 60, and there was 1 flight school, not 2. They moved out there to be near farmland, not in a city, not near sirens, not near the fire station, not near bells. They live out there for the expectation of peace and quiet. They accepted itinerant air traffic without much complaint for a very long time. So it should not be surprising that those people who be disrupted by a relatively sudden change in their environment around their homes. That anyone acts surprised or annoyed that residents are aggravated by the disruption is the real surprise to me. Would anyone here not notice and be irritated by such a sudden change in activity near your own home? So demonizing these residents for speaking up has really grown old and tired. It's a very real problem that people need to stop dismissing. Second, I'd like to address Mr. Schaefer's comments that he is not representing the entire community. That is correct. He then went on to say that neither are the rest of them. That part is incorrect. Yes, Ms. Richson is there in her role as town leadership, and that's stated on the AMPAC website. Her comments represent her constituency as well as some of her own thoughts and experiences. Likewise, Mr. Dreesen is there in his capacity of town and Springfield representation. Mr. Schaefer should familiarize himself with the capacity in which his fellow committee members serve alongside him before he makes such comments. She is a municipal representative, so when he complains about her comments taking up too much of his time this evening and minimizes the things that she says, he's insulting the individuals who have asked for her representation on this. Lastly, briefly on a different topic, in my work on this thing for the past 1.5 years after speaking with hundreds of residents, I have also not heard one single complaint about a medical helicopter. That is a straw man being inserted into the debate to make citizen opponents of expansion look unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next up is Stephen Kellner. Stephen, you might be muted still.
Okay, I'm wondering. Yeah, I want to thank you. You've done a good job of handling this, and the presentations, the presentations have been excellent tonight. Yeah, I have a few ones. One on the east-west runway. Someone mentioned that working would mean closing the runway, and I could see where that could be a major problem. Environmental issues and money costs are, of course, a major issue that mean maybe we shouldn't be doing anything there. On the north-south runway, doing something about the RPZ, I think, is a good idea, and that should be strongly looked into. Possibly adding extra hangars might be an important issue that needs to be looked at. Tonight was brought up about changing the pattern on the east-west runway to go north instead of south, and I think that that's also I'm in favor of that option also. If they had to go across Snyder Road, one thing that could be looked into, and it might be cheaper or maybe the same price as rerouting it, is just digging a ditch down and covering that part, making a small tunnel. Something to be thought about. I don't know if that's viable or not. And I walk by the airport almost every day, and I walk when going past from the soccer field area, which would be the west end of the east-west runway. A couple of times I've heard a small aircraft which is taking off, and the noise coming, I think it's prop noise, with the prop tips exceeding the speed of sound, but I'm not sure what it is, but it's a very, very loud noise, even when that aircraft is a couple of 100 feet off the runway and veering off towards the north. So some of these aircraft can be very, very noisy. That's basically all I want to say, and thank you very much for tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Stephen. The next person up just says iPad, so can you identify yourself when you make your comments? Thank you.
Yes, this is David Bryce from Middleton, neighborhood town of Middleton. Thank you very much for this detailed presentation. I look like that most of you seem to be having objections, looking at this objectively and not being too influenced by any conflicts of interest that may arise, which is inevitable. I do think that the primary goal of the MPAC meeting is for expansion, not necessarily now, but in the future. And I don't think we need to argue about that, but I'm glad that you've looked at the issues regarding airport runway expansion. My recommendations would be to please review the recent memo came out in the 12th of January by Dr. Daniel Bartholomew. It talks about lead emissions and water, and also the effects of land use. And also, someone also mentioned about the hospitals. There's going to be a hospital that's going to start in the next couple of months from in the area, and then Meriter Hospital will have more patients coming through that will be within the 3 mile area. But lastly, I'd like to tell you that I think that we really need representation from all of the towns, which include the town of Springfield, the town of Middleton, and also the city of Middleton. And I reiterate what I think it was not sure who said it, but about the fact that you have representation from people on the MPAC committee that listen to many of their constituents. And as Gary Keys said, just because you haven't heard from us doesn't mean that some of the issues are still there. So thank you very much for all your time and hard work.
Thank you, David. Next up is Stephanie Franz. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi, thanks. So I'm a fairly new resident in the Highwood Circle neighborhood, and we knew moving here and near an airport that we would experience some noise and such, but we also knew that there was an agreement to keep the runway at the length it was. So now we've come to find out that that promise might be broken. Within the past few months, though, the noise has gotten progressively worse here. There's been very loud planes or jets or something at inappropriate times during the week, like really late at night and for over 15 minutes at a time. So that's disrupting our sleep and our kids and everything. So, and when the map came out like a month or so ago showing recommended flight paths and whatnot, we were really surprised to see that they didn't actually seem reflective of the planes that we were seeing over our neighborhood. So it seemed like the actual flight data wasn't even used. I'm not as savvy as the others to know how to track specific flights and planes in my complaints, but it does happen and it is really disruptive. The last thing I'll say is it is a little alarming too, the fact that air quality wasn't deemed relevant or important enough to be included in an environmental report. And as a member of the public listening in to this meeting for 4 hours now, it feels like few people on this committee really have public safety and public concerns on the forefront. So I guess I just want to thank specifically Julie and Cynthia, especially for ensuring the public is heard and considered. So thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Eric. Eric, can you identify yourself? And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, Eric Engen, town of Middleton on Meadow Circle. A couple things. Number one is the prospect of looking into the right turn traffic, I think is something I've mentioned before. I think it's something that's definitely worth looking at in terms of the number of homes that would be under the traffic pattern going right versus left. I think it'd be a big improvement in terms of the number of noise complaints you might receive. I think that the whole, I was listening to Mr. Dunkerberg, and was glad I started out appreciating what he had to say, and then the conclusion was just based on the FAA and the DNL, and all the noise was just at the airport, which is incorrect. I think he would agree with that even. The noise issue is real, and the biggest issue is really these training flights. I mean, as Kevin Munson mentioned before, encroachment is here, and people like Stephanie, me, early, a couple of years ago, we see there's millions of dollars of homes in this area, millions of dollars worth of homes that have been created here. And you look at the map before you buy this, and you see, well, there's an airport there, and I should be concerned about that. And then you read the noise abatement procedure and the area that's been highlighted, and the good neighbor airport and air quotes. And then you realize that that's all just kind of it's a myth, and there is really no actual thing being done to abate the noise. And I think that the main problem with the noise is the training flights. Every 5 or 6 minutes, if there's one training flight going on, you hear the buzz coming up over the hill, and they come up full power to the top of the hill. It might cut back a little bit depending on the wind, and then turn and turn left over, going to the south. And then if there's 2 flights going on, that happens every 2 or 3 minutes. And I just, encroachment. Maury he says that, well, they've been there since '72, and that's the end of the story. Well, encroachment has happened, and I think if you want to really address this noise issue, you have to look at limiting these training flights. That's the majority of the noise pollution. I think I saw there was 40,000 touch and go operations as compared to 1,000 straight in, straight out. And there's differences in noise between the Cirrus and the Cessnas, but there's so many Cessnas that are going over our home every 2 or 3 minutes that I think if you really want to address this noise issue, the right term could have an impact, but recognizing that this community has changed over the years, and we have residential, millions and millions of dollars of residential communities built up around this airport, is incompatible with all these training flights. I think you need to look at that very closely and say, is having 1 and 2 small businesses that are able to pollute over our homes the right thing that the city of Middleton should be doing for our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next up is Galaxy S20. Can you please identify yourself?
Yeah, I think that's me, Dan Reckley, out in Highwood Circle. I apologize if some of the comments I'm making were already addressed. I admittedly have not made it through the entire 4 hours of this meeting. I've attended these in the past, and I guess one of my questions is, and I don't know if I can address the committee or if it's just something that could be brought up in a future thing, but living out here in Highwood Circle, Schneider Road is our only access, right? So that's the only road that we can have access to our neighborhood. If that road is rerouted, I guess my question to the committee is, has anyone checked with emergency personnel to figure out what would happen if the road coming into our neighborhood was not, able to be, a fire truck or ambulance wasn't able to come in from Parmenter on Schneider. Right now, because Schneider can be approached from the other direction, we'd in theory still be able to be serviced. If that road is essentially dead-ended, we don't have another entrance or exit out of our neighborhood. So I didn't know if that was on anyone's radar or if that's a concern to anybody. My second question is regarding, and this is just, I'm not knowledgeable on airplanes and hangars and how they move around, but and again, I don't know if anybody can answer this or if this can be brought up in a future meeting, but when planes are taxied from that hangar, is it something where the plane is actually running to move to the runway, or is there a vehicle that's actually taxiing them, with the front tire or something like that? And the reason I bring that up is back to the question on decibels and noise and all that kind of stuff, and it being loud on the ground, I guess if that plane is running and the engine's firing and it's in that hangar, that is immediately next to our neighborhood. So I would hope that would be part of any sort of noise, study or consideration. And then my third comment is regarding encroachment that everybody has been talking about and city planning. Look around, and there's no shortage of 5 multifamily, huge, complexes under development not even within 5 miles of the airport, within a half a mile of the airport. And is any of that being considered when expansion is being talked about? Not only current residents and current people, but the hundreds, if not thousands, of additional people that the city is actively building developments right within the same problem, the same problem area. So those 3 things are just things I would ask the committee to make sure that they consider during these debates, during the plannings and that meet and hunt. Make sure that those things end up in their reports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person is Steve. Steve, go ahead and identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
You're gonna unmute me. Hello, this is Catherine Wolf. I'm using my husband's computer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be brief. I really appreciated the comments by Julie and Cynthia tonight. They really represent, I think, what we are experiencing out here. We live on Hickory Trail and we're on a hill. And so we have just an unbelievable amount of planes that fly low and close to our house. And we have not filed any of the reports. We do fear retaliation. I know that's not a popular comment, but it's a true comment. And many people could attest to that. But we agree with the no build alternative and really appreciate that the committee has moved in that direction. I share the fear of a previous speaker that's based primarily on money, that there isn't the money available to do it. The fact is, it's just the population is just too dense out here to continue to expand, and the number of flights, at some point, there has to be some kind of a limit for safety, even of the pilots, because there's just an unbelievable amount of traffic. It's low, it's close, it's loud. And I know the one man was talking about, we should just kind of buck up. And, the fact is that we live in an old neighborhood, and there are people that have lived here like us for decades. We've been here about 32 years. And the rapid increase of flights and traffic has just been so disturbing to so many of the people in our neighborhood. But people really do fear retaliation in making complaints. There are many older people. They don't know how to use the Zoom and how to go in and report on the system that you have set up. But, we have vets who are triggered by these planes. I mean, they are so close to our house that our house will shake at times, and that can't be safe. And that leads me into another comment, and that would be, where's the liability insurance for the current airport? But certainly, if in the future you ever decide that you're going to pursue this expansion, what happens if somebody flies into somebody's house? Planes that are this close really run a serious risk of at some point hitting one of our houses. And so I wonder about the liability issues and whether or not the city has the kind of liability insurance, and that it relates to the environmental issues as well.
Okay.
You're
on 3. You've hit 3 minutes. So do you have anything else to kind of finish up?
Well, okay. Yeah, I'll just wrap up real quickly to say that the the recent case in Michigan where the governor is being sued because of the previous governor because of the Flint water crisis, where he allowed knowingly lead to be in the water supply. And now there are hundreds of young kids who are brain damaged forever. So I really would encourage more consideration of the lead issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to skip over Jay just because we have one more person who's not a member. We're going to go to Deb Newman or Neumann. I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
It's Newman. Am I on?
You are. Go ahead.
Okay, great. It's getting to be a long night, so I'll try to keep my head together here. But thank you to all of you for serving, for doing your civic duty. But a couple of comments that really stuck out to me tonight from the presentation and that related to my personal situation were that elevation affects the noise perceived because the receiver is closer to the source. And for those of us that live west of the airport, that live on an elevated part, I mean, our homes where I live are all a lot higher than especially the city of Middleton and some of the other places. What we perceive as low flights and loud are part of that. And I think that had to be a part of the discussion. It sort of seems like it's a little bit of a moot point right now as far as the airport expansion of the east-west runway goes. But I wanted to say that again, that our ambient noise level out here is a lot different than those who live in the city. So anyway, I'm just gonna sort of cut it off there because it's been a really long night, but thank you.
Thank you, Deb. And Jade, go ahead. I didn't mean to slow you down, but I just wanted to hit all the other people too.
No, I completely understand and agree with your ruling there. But I would be remiss if I didn't respond back to Jenny Pavlovich. I think I pronounced that last name right. Respond to her allegations with regard to turning off ADSB, only because I've heard this allegation before by her, and it's a really serious, slanderous allegation that's actually an FAA issue. So if we're talking about, turning off our ADSB or, dive bombing houses or something, we're talking about some federal issues. And that to me is really, really scary, that somebody would think that a pilot who has gone through all of the training and abiding by federal regulations would do something so serious. And that seriously is very slanderous talk. So I'm really offended that Jenny would think that pilots would do that and that anybody should think that there's some sort of retaliation, because as pilots, we abide by the federal regulations and that's it, period. So nobody should be worried or afraid of some sort of retaliation, because I'm telling you, our pilot license is not worth getting 500 feet closer to your house, nor is it worth my life or my safety. So I just hope that people know that these are really serious allegations being made.
Okay, thank you, Jade. Joan Ziegler, go ahead, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Mark. Steve Ziegler here. I would like to say very briefly that I would strongly support the introduction of air quality into the environmental assessment of this airport. I think it's of tremendous importance. Historically, the city purchased this airport to enable a few things. One, to preserve the historic importance of the Maury Airplane Company, to maintain an airport for the city of Middleton, to support air flights and charter service, and a flight school well represented by the Maury Airplane Company, to bring forth a safe and secure runway for the city of Middleton and its business community with which to move forward economically, to enable the UW healthcare system to bring forth transplant situations at that point, which were more critical than they are now, to enable med flight and evacuation services in a safe manner with a secure and strong airport. These things have been accomplished along with a resolution by the city at that point.
Accomplished. It's not what we accomplished. Go ahead.
Nope. Sorry, somebody's speaking over our public commenter, so please don't speak over Steve, whoever's talking right now.
Am I okay?
Go ahead, Steve.
Right,
I was hearing another voice.
Excuse me. At any rate, this was done over a tremendous public outcry at that point, a referendum which was defeated, and the airport was built. The airport has served the community very well. The public and the city council at that point made it clear that 4,000 feet was the limit of the runway. And myself, being a leader of the opposition group, have accepted that and respected it. And I appreciate the comments of the AMPAC board members this evening in taking a good look at all of this stuff. I sincerely hope that there is no extension of the runway as the population is increasing around the airport and incompatible land uses are becoming far more significant. And Robert, I thank you for your very diligent chairmanship of this committee this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see another hand up, but it's to somebody who already spoke, so I'm going to unfortunately not allow that. Are there any other people who haven't spoken yet tonight who would like to make public comment? Seeing none.
Can I say one last thing, Robert?
I would
Sure.
like to,
Briefly.
Please.
Yeah, so I just want to, when people report things, I don't know, there's some sort of a fallacy that appears to be going on that we are making it up. We are not making these things up. And while I believe that people train and they want to follow the rules, there are in fact people that may be angry at the moment and flying low and flying extraordinarily loud exactly over the middle of somebody's house because they didn't like what they said the night before at a public meeting. It's real, Jade. I'm sorry. So I'm going to respect your position, but please don't make fun of Jenny Pavlovic and others who have actually experienced it and continue to experience it west and south of the airport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Cynthia,
Cynthia.
there's no making fun of it, but
I'm
as
going
our
to-
chief
hey,
pilot, I don't even know how to.
Jade, I apologize. I'm not going to have an argument at the end of this meeting. I understand everyone's position. I know that there's some high tempers on certain topics, but let's not end our meeting on a back and forth of that.
I would like to say something.
Go ahead. Can you, I see your JW. Can you identify yourself a little bit better than that?
Sure, I'm Jeanette Wheat.
Thank
I'm
you.
in Middleton Township.
Thank you. Go ahead.
A while back, when I say we, a few people learned how to use the computer on like Radar 24, I think it was, and identify planes with their N numbers or whatever. And I did that for a little bit. And after about 2 weeks, all of a sudden there were no more of these numbers. they were definitely shutting off their transponders. And it wasn't just occasionally, it was just like there were no planes there anymore that you could read N numbers on. So one pilot talks to another pilot, talks to another pilot, and they know they're being tracked and they're shutting off their transponders. And I know it, and I'm not the only one. And I just wanted to reinforce what had been said a few minutes ago by someone else speaking, that yes, they are turning off their transponders. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you.
I do see Richard Morey has his hand up. Before I call on him, are there any other members of the public who would like to speak? It's been a long night. Seeing and hearing none. Richard, go ahead. Go ahead and you're up next.
I'll be nice.
Please.
I'm just very wise person said, never attribute to malice what could simply be inattention. I really doubt sincerely that there is anyone who is intentionally harassing or they're flying over anyone's house. I doubt that sincerely. I have been told by Dr. Pavlovic and that some of my airplanes are turning off their transponder. That is not the case. I will absolutely guarantee that that isn't happening. This flight tracker stuff is not always accurate. The town chair sent a track that had landed in the industrial park next to us. Obviously that didn't happen. Stuff does happen by accident or just doesn't come up. Are there people that don't? There are people that operate out here that don't have transponders, and that's perfectly legal. I won't address the question as to whether some people don't fly without their transponders on. I don't honestly know, but I will guarantee you that Flight Tracker and all these software bits are not designed to be forensic quality. They're just out there and they make mistakes. And people that are simply practicing an instrument procedure may be perceived as harassing someone that lives directly on that flight path. And that has happened. That was discussed at one of our open meetings many times, or quite a while ago. So I would just say that as a people, we look for correlation. And if we are looking for something, then we find it. But the reality is, again, never attribute to malice. It could simply be, inattention to detail or something that you're not aware of. That's all I would say. And I want to wish everyone a good night. Thank you for hanging in there for the whole time.
Well, see, I have to rebut that, because at the beginning of checking these planes, they were all there to a plane. Everyone had an N number.
Joan, or I'm sorry, not Joan, Jeanette. Yeah. I think we've heard your message. You disagree, and I take that seriously, but I do not, I can't let people talk twice, and I understand maybe it's my bad for,
He's misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying they were there and then they're not there. It's not here and there they're not there. They're just not there anymore.
Well, thank you. Your comments are on the record, and I do appreciate it, Jeanette. Thank you.
Okay.
If there's no one new who from the public who is speaking for the public comments, I would like to close down this portion.
Robert, can you hear me?
I can hear somebody.
I'm Jerry Joyce, and I apologize. I was having difficulty. I logged off for about an hour and got back on. I am a resident at 4545 Deering Trail, just south of Airport Road, and our house is at 1,130 feet in elevation. And we recorded 45 flights over our house on Saturday. I know it was a clear day. There was a lot of activity. And a lot of these flights are extremely low and noisy. And I don't know what the situation is. Is there an altimeter standard? Clearly, it's all over the place. So many of the flights take off bank left to the south and are roughly between Highfield and Ellington. And then they're often north of Highway 14, and they are literally shaking the china in the cabinet. They're that low. And I don't know what to do about it other than mention it to you folks. But we have a time log. Yeah, some of the planes we can't get the numbers off of and so on, but we have the times, and I just encourage everybody, we need to get together as these neighborhoods and start charting these flights. And if we have to hire a professional service to make everybody aware of it, yeah, there's some lack of professional knowledge of the aviation industry, but a lot of this is, the increase is really noticeable. I've never noticed it so much until this summer when I retired in July, and it's really been on the uptick. So I thank you for hearing me. I'll look forward to working with all of you and communicating and writing.
I do appreciate it, Jerry.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, hearing no other voices, I think I'm going to bring our public comment section to a close. And looking at the agenda, there's nothing else. Do I hear a motion for adjournment?
Motion by Richardson to adjourn.
Thank you, Cynthia. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Maury.
Ray Fay.
I'm going to go with Richard Morey on that one for a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you all. I do realize it was a long evening. I appreciate everybody sticking it out.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Take care and
You
be
too.
safe.
Thank you. You too.